much like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner, does the damage.
Hello and welcome back. It is time for our second day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. My name's EK. With me is S-Proxy. How are you doing today?
Pretty good, pretty good. We obviously had that first super weekend and it was an absolute explosive day, excuse the pun. So I'm very excited to see what we're going to be really experiencing today. I feel like I can't put my finger on really the pulse of what these players have been preparing.
Yeah, and of course, yesterday we did see the teams really starting to pop it off. I mean, if we look at their performances increase coming through from how they were stepping up to the challenge over in the league stages itself, definitely quite a bit of a jump coming through from several teams here. So today we're going to be looking to see how the teams are going to be looking to continue with the momentum that they were building up yesterday, but also the teams that didn't perform to the level that they would have wanted to, how they're going to be stepping up to that challenge here today, because whatever they are not able to accomplish today is going to be so much more challenging as they move into tomorrow's games.
Absolutely, and it's just going to keep piling on as we go through, you know, the rest of the super weekend days, as you mentioned, and we know there's no necessarily a guarantee that we're going to be seeing them next weekend, and we don't know when they're going to be coming back. So they want to use the opportunity that they've got, the games that they have already secured, to make sure that they put as strong of a foundation of points as they possibly can, because we know competition gets tough.
Oh, yes, indeed. It gets pretty tough. I mean, if yesterday was anything to talk about, just look at this. We're, of course, going to be starting off with our point system. The teams are going to have to try and utilize this as best as they possibly can to ensure those positions a little bit further up on the leaderboard. Of course, starting it off with that chicken dinner, awarding them 15 points, aside from the extra added cash bonus with that, but also then that ever essential 1 point per elimination. And of course, the points trickle down all the way down to where that 8th to 12th place awards them 1. And of course, 13th to 6th place, they don't get any placement points. So they're going to have to put a lot of effort and a lot of focus in on ensuring that they can consistently bring those points onto the score.
Absolutely. We've seen, unfortunately, for some of the teams, you know, they've been picking up those bubbles. Not that they want to, but there's always going to be at least 3 teams, as we said, that are unfortunately going to go back to the lobby with no placement points. And the groups have been really impressive so far. As we said a little bit, you know, we're still waiting for some of these teams to show us what they've been hiding, you know, really pick up the pace and show us exactly what we know they are capable of. But we've got a fantastic lineup of teams, and I still, every single time I see them on the leaderboard, I'm just like, wow, yes, I want to see more.
Yeah, well, looking at the groups, of course, we can see all the teams here, but there's 2 groups on here that really are starting to stand out for me. That is Group B and Group C. Teams from both these groups, of course, both of these groups, all 4 of the teams from each of them are present currently over in this current super weekend. So a really good showing coming through from the side there of Group B and Group C. Definitely Group A having one of the teams in that group not making it up into this first super weekend. Group D, 2 of the teams missing out there, and of course Group E also one of the teams also they're not making it through. So definitely Group B, Group C, I'm loving the kind of plays that we see coming there through from them. But of course, they are also fighting it out for their share of this prize pool. As we can see, League Stage awarding them $1,500 for being one of those top 20 teams. So every team walks away with something in the bank. Of course, the MVP at the end of the tournament is going to be walking away with an additional $1,000 on top of that. And this is where we get to the important part. We've alluded to it a little bit here, but the winner chicken dinners during Super Weekend is worth $500 each. So every chicken is going to be absolutely essential for these teams, not only points-wise, but also with regards to what they walk away in their stash at the end of the tournament. Well, at least at the end of the Super Weekend portion of that. So definitely looking forward to seeing what the teams are going to be looking to bring in today. As we said, there's a few teams that have really dialed it in, really stepped it up. But then, of course, there's other teams that we've seen performing exceptionally well in the past. For instance, looking at the PMCOs. But now moving into not only league play, but as well as the Super Weekend, we're not seeing that same kind of performance, that same kind of push being replicated. Now, two teams for me stand out in that regard, right? That is going to be YONKOUS and Slime 4KT. If you look back at the most recent PMCO Africa, the teams were right up at the top. This time, it's looking a little bit more challenging, but we'll get into that. We'll unravel that a little bit, of course. Our format, as we can see, league play has been completed at least the first week of that Super Weekend. We have our top 16 teams from the league play playing it out across their 5 matches, and we are on our second day of the 3 days for this first Super Weekend. Now, yeah, the stakes are getting pretty high on this first weekend.
Exactly, and we said this yesterday. Yesterday was the first time we actually saw a set group of teams going through and playing 5 matches in a single day. Up until now, with league play, one of the groups has swapping in and out. It hasn't been fully consistent. Whereas now, of course, Super Weekend only 16 teams, make it into Super Weekend. So those groups stay the same and they play all 5 maps. Additionally, we see the addition of Sanhok, as we saw yesterday, so that adds a little bit of that extra spice. We see how the teams perform in those close quarter combats, really, and with the pace that we had yesterday, it was very, very explosive. But of course, second day of Super Weekend. So first day done and dusted. They have already confirmed that, okay, at least we came through with a performance on those first 5 matches. We've still got 2 more days to go. And for the teams that are in this first Super Weekend, as you said, you might not come back for the next one, or maybe the third. Who knows? Who knows when we're going to be seeing you again in a Super Weekend. And all of these points count towards you getting into the finals. So whether it's Erangel heavy, whether it's Miramar heavy, you need to be putting forward your best foot.
Yeah. I mean, your foot and the feet of your entire team, because as we can see our schedule here for today, same as what we had yesterday, but we saw quite a bit of a impact being brought in with the performances coming through on the Sanhok end. I mean, yes, Miramar we see most frequently throughout the day play, throughout the days of play, but definitely looking to see how the teams are going to be looking to sharpen performances on either or Miramar or even on both. Now, one of the things that I was talking about a little bit earlier was we are waiting for those performances from YONKOUS and Slime 4KT to come through a little bit more leading into the second day of the Super Weekend. Now, if we look back at their performances in the previous PMCO, right, they were both sitting in first and second position side by side, very similarly to how they are currently sitting on the leaderboard, right? We find them, once again, side by side, but we're not seeing that same push coming through from their side just yet. So potentially, hopefully, today will be the day in which we see that now start coming to fruition, and that performance level, or that rather push, that drive coming through from those two teams once again.
Yeah, it's the tipping point really in the Super Weekend. It's the second day. You've done the first day. You've sort of wet your feet, in the pool of absolute competition and chaos. Now you've got a good understanding. I mean, I'm pretty sure the teams have gone back, done the VOD reviews that they needed to, maybe gone back, had those team discussions, been like, okay, how can we approach this coming through today? This is what we were dealing with. Maybe this is what we, were facing. How do we combat that coming through into today and tomorrow? Because as we said, that competition is just going to keep getting better and better and better. That threshold is going to keep going higher and higher and higher, and the teams really do need to adapt, and it's a constant adaptation for them going through into the rest of the competition, not just the Super Weekend. We said it, coming back into the next week of league play, there's a couple of VODs that are going to be available now. The teams that are not playing this Super Weekend, what are they going to do? They're going to sit and watch and understand what they might need to change coming through into league play, coming through into the Super Weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And you definitely need a lot of energy to kind of accomplish that. So with that kind of segues me right into thanking one of our sponsors there, Monster Energy, who is our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So I'm pretty sure a lot of players are ensuring that they are, in tip-top shape energy-wise, making sure that they are able to cope with all the challenges being presented, performing through the entirety of this event. But it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge, right? We'll be getting into the standings a little bit further on as well, just to see kind of what the point situation was, what the teams did yesterday. But what makes today so essential and so crucial is how the teams are going to be looking to bounce back if they are positioned on a spot over on that leaderboard where they don't necessarily want to be. So without any further ado, let's have a quick look and see what the overall rankings are coming into today's games.
Look, those overall rankings were a little bit of a surprise. There were a few teams that all of a sudden just really put their best foot forward. And one of those teams, of course, was Team Myth, the only team to pick up 2 winner-winner chicken dinners of the day. So, of course, they've already netted themselves an extra $1,000 with all of those winner-winner chicken dinners. And the consistency that we saw coming through from them was also pretty amazing to see in those first couple of games. Those started teetering off as the rest of the games and the rest of the teams were like, look, we are hungry for a little bit of that chicken action. But Masters Esports, one of the only teams we're seeing in that that first page that doesn't really have a winner-winner chicken dinner, but is also, as we said, rubbing shoulders with the rest of the team, smack bam in the middle.
Yeah, definitely Masters bringing in quite a very satisfying performance in yesterday's games. But as we look onto the second page, this is where we can see things not looking too fantastic, right? It's changeable. There's still a lot that can be brought to the battlefield here today. I mean, Darkness still in a good spot. Team Unique, good position. But then as we move a little bit further down, we get to next level, we get to YONKOUS, we get to Slime 4KT, as well as the players there from 1 Million Esports, right? They are sitting in a position that is a little bit worrying, at least for me. Because as we said before, we know with certainty that they are participating in the Super Weekend, right? None of these teams have any guarantee that we'll be seeing them stepping up in second Super Weekend. So in the first Super Weekend, they need to bring everything they can to that battlefield, push it into the leaderboards, because that way they can ensure that they have put in enough effort should they not make it back into the next Super Weekend, that they've at least got a little bit of a foundation or something to work off of should we see them return either to the second or that third Super Weekend itself.
Yeah, they're adding themselves a little bit of a buffer, a safety net, if you can call it that, because as we know, they might not come back in the second week. They might not come back in the third week. Nothing is guaranteed. It's all going to come down to your performance. But as we know, not only are you improving as you're moving through PMPL Africa, but as is the rest of the competition. Everyone is adapting. Everyone is going through that continuous cycle of improvement, because that's what they have to do. They're being forced to do that. If they don't, step it up, they're going to be left behind, unfortunately. But all of these teams, absolutely fantastic coming through into this. There's a reason they are here. They are the teams that can do this. They are the teams that have the experience or have the skills and are looking to just take it higher and higher and higher. So I'm definitely looking to see how strong of a foundation, of a buffer, whatever, beautiful term that you want to use, these teams are going to be able to lay out today and tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm curious to see that level of refinement coming through, right? Because see now in all the events leading up to here that the teams possess the capabilities, they possess the skills necessary to be competing here, but now just need to bring those skills to the foreground. They need to step it up and show us what they've got. And I mean, if we look at the kind of the top that was put into the advances of Cryptics just yesterday, the team's really putting in some fantastic efforts, because we know in the league plays, Cryptics brought in those 4 chicken dinners. So far, they are down to only 1, with Team Myths just, absolutely beautiful stuff coming in with those 2 chickens just yesterday. But then we got to look at a team like Masters Esports, right? Over in the league plays itself, they finished on 41 points. Currently, after the first day of Super Weekend, they're sitting on a collective of 60 points. So they've already more than, like 25%, 30% increase in performance from what we saw. So this is looking absolutely fantastic. And I'd love to see a chicken dinner coming their way today. All right. I think at least that is something that could be on the books, spread out through either of our 5 matches that they are going to be making their way on through. But definitely the rest of the teams, I mean, this is going to be it, right? This is almost that do or die time. We're not 100% there yet, but we're inching closer and closer and closer. The pressure is starting to build, and whatever the teams were not able to accommodate, today is going to be a day to push for that so that they can move into tomorrow with that buffer zone as you were talking about, right? Then there's going to be far less work for them to then try and do tomorrow, because still bringing in an absolutely fantastic performance if you're situated a little bit further on, that's not going to be impossible. It's just going to be super challenging.
It is, as you said, that continuous cycle. Everyone is improving. Everyone is taking that drive as far as they possibly can, because that's what you need to do. And, for the teams that are already starting off the first day with an absolute, fantastic momentum, I was going to say, they're driving, that riding that momentum train that they're taking through into today, into tomorrow, into the league week as they come back, and that all has this sort of ripple effect coming through. If you're doing fantastically, if you're one of the teams to watch, yes, you have a little bit of a target on your back with the rest of the teams, but you also have that extra sort of positivity going through into those difficult situations, which we know teams often find themselves. Maybe you're dropping and, I don't know, 2 squads decided that, look, this is going to be a nice drop site for them. You get taken out early on, and unfortunately now you miss out on a game where you can pick up points. You have to come back. You can't let that affect you. You have to sort of forget about that. And that comes down to that mental game that we talk about so often. And teams really need to constantly be fighting that. And having that extra bit of momentum makes it so much easier.
Well, yeah, with momentum, you are looking to upgrade things as you progress forward. And that brings me into another beautiful segue. I know they're always a little bit strange, but whichever way, we got to make it work. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports in 2022. With upgrades, we see the teams now starting to make their way over onto our very first match of the day. A very satisfying flight path coming in. It is not too comfortable, but it's also not all too... I mean, it is a little bit more over on towards that eastern side of the zone, right? But the teams will still be able to reach a little bit further across. Make their way over to Gaitka, to South George, North George, heck, even all the way over towards Ferry Pier. Those are definitely not outside the realm of possibility. So we could maybe see the players there, just making their way, getting into those vehicle spawn locations, grabbing them, and then rotating away. And I do think that could particularly be something that we can be seeing for the players there from the Super Young Stars, as we know they like to move a little bit further over on towards that Primorsk side.
Yeah. And, Team Unique, one of the teams I mentioned yesterday, we saw them changing it up a little bit. I wasn't really seeing them in Severny whatsoever. Lo and behold, come through today. Where do they drop? I mean, the flight path is just practically giving it to them on a silver platter. So we could be seeing them going through today. And, ooh, that zone coming through. I feel like it's just teasing us, It's like, oh, I know you like bridges. So I'm gonna put them here for now. It doesn't mean I'm gonna go there, but hey, look, there's a possibility.
Well, I can say with some pretty good certainty that we don't get southern zones all too right. So far in Super Weekend, every single Erangel we've had was a southern zone. Okay, so now it's like the novelty is starting to wane a little bit on the thin side. Okay, so usually we ask for southern zones, and I'm not complaining about it, but I'd like to see a little bit of a change up come through as well, right? Anywhere like north, east, west, I mean, surprise us, right? But for now, the teams, they are pretty familiar now by this time with the zones heading down towards the southern side. So this is where I'm looking to see how those rotations are now going to be evident of the teams being capable of adapting to the zone, continuously moving down south, because this is like a freak of nature kind of thing, right? We don't see this really happening all that much.
Yeah, look, again, I just see bridges. I think I'm blind by bridges. But many of the teams making their rotations in, I was going to say, Cryptics finding themselves there towards Stalbrook, quite a north-sided zone. And we've spoken oftentimes about Cryptics in a north-side zone. What is going to happen with that one? Yesterday, we saw them, really favoring that southern side. And for many of the other teams with those rotations coming through, I mean, just take Super Young Stars here as a beautiful example. Going to be finding AWAM already, Triple Esports now. Starting off the game, unfortunately, with a member down, but it's just a nicer sort of introduction for teams like Super Young Stars, because they can start picking up those eliminations a little bit earlier, before the chaos really comes through.
Yeah, it's going to be essential for these teams to try and just keep cool, keep their heads on, on point. And yeah, it does throw a little bit of a spanner in the works if you lose a player this early on. But I mean, looking at what we saw coming through from Sports just yesterday, I'm not too worried, because they held their own pretty good. I mean, they're 1 point behind Blackjack. They are 3 points behind the players there from the side of Lusail Esports. So all is still looking pretty decent, at least for them. But now, 1 Million Esports, one of the teams we said will have to step it up today, now find themselves in a potential position here where they could start looking to apply a few of those strategies, right? Because they've got the players from Next Level as well as Blackjack now in and around the vicinity towards this multi-up position. But it does seem like they are starting to converge down a little bit closer towards that eastern bridge. And I think that's actually going to be quite a favorable position. DVS, MG, don't push your luck. The teams are definitely going to start pushing a little bit closer towards where we see G3. And G3 having that position being a very familiar spot for them could be bringing some interesting things to the table here.
Yeah, and getting there early, especially if we do see that zone shifting a little bit more southern side, there's many teams that are finding themselves on that military island. You know, whether you want to play a little bit of that bridge camping game or whether you want to just hold the line for that potential rotation. I mean, it's fairly center. It's still on the main island, but it's still fairly center. So it's a wonderful position to work with here. But 1 Million Esports, as we said, pulling up on G3 tempo right now. And Flacco finding himself in a little bit of an awkward situation. The rest of the team still having to rotate through. So for the time being, he is a lone survivor of G3 tempo, but just on the ridgeline, we've got G3 pulling through, so 1 Million going to be finding that contention now.
Yeah, this is where the pressure cooker gets lit up as we have Knight getting taken right on down. The first knock coming in for the side there of 1 Million. But this is now where this particular position is where G3 usually flourishes, right? Because this is where they drop. They know this position nearly off by heart. They can recite all the different angles that you could potentially maybe try and move in from. So I'm curious to see what 1 Million is going to do with their angles here, because we've got Dexter right up alongside the players there from G3 with Eflex and Black Lost now just trying to hold on from this eastern side on the coast. So it's still a good region to be in, at least for the two players that we have on that side. But they're going to have to hope that everything works out absolutely favorable for them if they are looking to go up against G3. Because with that, another knock now comes through as Dexter also gets taken down.
Oh, and 1 Million down to the duo here, just on the ridgeline. Eflex and Black Lost now making a little bit of rotation. Nacho actually pulling up alongside them. Might be looking to cut them off here. They don't want them to rotate out of here. They've invested enough into this. They want to get that confirmation. So Nacho now being a little bit of a decoy, I guess, as the information's flowing through. Going to be getting knocked as well, though. Nice little, pixel precision coming through here from Eflex. But the rest of the team of G3 Temper still up and alive. Still a possibility for them to engage here and get the confirmation. And again, it just adds to that little bit of space, that buffer we were talking about, because then it's one team closer to placement points, central. We don't want to be one of those 13th, 16th teams dropping with bubbles on your scoreboard.
Yeah, and those bubbles usually have a tendency to pop. So, I mean, a good call being made here by 1 Million as they do see it's not going to be worth it to try and stay in that hot seat, rather deciding to try and push across that bridge. But now Blackjack, they've heard the shots going off and they've now been drawn a little bit closer, already dropping down on towards this Malta side. But are we going to see them actually now go toe-to-toe with G3? I mean, G3 already having a few hits come their way, not losing any of their players, but Flacco just holding that position back towards the compounds from whence they came. But now, I mean, Blackjack, they are eager to apply the pressure onto the side of G3. And definitely looking at the spread that we've got coming in from Blackjack, particularly looking at where MG is situated currently, we could see some of those hits actually connecting and maybe following through with a few of those.
Oh, yeah, no, we've seen some fantastic, just pixel perfect precision coming through from these teams in the last couple of days, especially when we talk about nades. But we'll see if that's going to happen today as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some of those connections coming through. And again, a good opportunity here for Blackjack. Many of the other teams as well now making their rotations as that zone is coming through and applying that pressure. We've got Unique, Slime for KT, Cryptics still needing to get into zone, and they might be pulling up on the likes of, Darkness and Team Umbra just behind them. Triple Esports now also finding Team Myth.
Ooh. Well, that's going to be quite an interesting one for them. But of course, for the time being, Myth is looking to wrap it up here with Master, right? Triple Esports having a little bit of a tough start to this first initial match of today. But up comes Farokh now. Triple just trying to keep quiet, trying to see which way around Farokh and the rest of the team here from Myth could potentially be looking to move in. Also, we do have that blue zone starting to make its way on through. We do see several teams still looking to migrate back up into the zone, and the zone staying over on towards that eastern side, now centering up even more over towards that southern island. So definitely going to be, I do believe we're going to be seeing a bridge play being on the table for this match at least, and I think that's going to be super exciting. But now the teams will have to try and hunker down. Already the players here from Myth quickly trying to just you know, bring in some players with their vehicle, as we do see them all the way down to that southern edge of the Sosnovka Island. Not a bad spot to be in, but depending on where this next zone shift is going to be taking them, I hope they've got some pretty good options lined up for those potential rotations. Meanwhile, on the northern side of the island itself, we do see the Super Young Stars now trying to pick up that fight with 1 million.
Oh, yeah, 1 million has just been getting their tails chased, really. And of course, Super Young Stars finding a little bit of an opportunity here as well to maybe capitalize off of some of the damage that has been dealt to them already, just running with the duo. Of course, that is Black Lost and Eflex, who have been doing well to try and survive the onslaught from all of these teams. And I do want to say, I am loving the fact that we're seeing, you know, this experience coming through from the teams. Majority of them already finding themselves on that southern island, getting themselves set up, because we understand, you know, that bridge play coming through, it's awkward. Even with the additions of, you know, the new changes to the bridge, you can find yourself in a very unfavorable position. So, you know, that foresight to just, let's get ourselves a great position, maybe even from darkness, maybe they're looking for a little bit of a boat to take in a little bit of a longer side approach. I just love that the teams are focusing on these rotations so well.
Yeah, and of course now the Masters looking to just utilize the high ground they have here up towards the inventory. And I mean, it could be a pretty good position. It is relatively smack dab center zone, at least for the time being. And I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to try hold on to that spot, depending, of course, on where the next phase is going to be taking them. But we do see the pressure starting to mount as the teams continue now to push further and further on towards the coastlines as well as the southern island. We actually have the players from Lusail coming in with a bit of rotation, but the Super Young Stars now rushing right on towards 1 million as Black Lost now gets taken right on down. It is, of course, up to the final survivor, which is going to be Eflex. And I do think, looking at the way that the Super Young Stars are pushing forward, yes, indeed, I can't even finish my sentence as they do exactly as I was about to say, moving in and putting a very quick and abrupt end to the players here from 1 million. But of course, with that, we are now down to 15 remaining teams. And we still have a good chunk of teams positioned up on towards the main island itself, but a big majority of teams already rotating over and onto the southern island.
Yeah, Cryptics also having to make a huge rotation all the way from that northern side. As you said, a boatation coming through for them, so they should be finding themselves there on towards that military island. And Team Unique as well, still in the zone alongside Lusail, but they should be relatively okay. I think we should be seeing them coming through just slightly scathed. Not too bad, though. But the zone pool, I think, is really going to make a big difference for many of the teams, because obviously we see this huge investment into the southern zone, obviously because it seems to be pulling that way. And ooh, a little bit of space still left on that main island.
Yep, but of course the bridge, the bridge is in play, and that's what we've been waiting for. But now, this is the opportunity here for the players from Slime 4KT to step it up, to bring in a really strong performance in their first match of the day. They've got no one behind them to be too worried about. The only team directly in front of them is the team of Umbra, who we see now starting to prioritize their rotations, looking to reposition back up into the safety of the zone. Not that it's going to be a smooth sailing approach for them, because we've got the players there from Orens, as well as G3 Temper just lying in wait a little bit further away. So again, Umbra needs to be careful, but we're waiting to see what Slime's going to do. Are they going to step up to the challenge? Because we know they are in need of those points. But YONKOUS, on the other hand, one of the other teams we were talking about, they find themselves just creeping ever closer now to the side of the Super Young Stars who we have over on that coastline.
Yeah, and the Super Young Stars, I mean, just on the other side, Zero Tolerance might be staring down the barrel because they are hungering, Super Young Stars are hungering on that ridgeline as much as they can, really to try and work as much of the cover and maybe get a little bit of that information with the rotations coming through. So we'll see how that one is going to go through. Darkness now also finding Slime 4KT. Oh, and that was a little bit of the danger I wanted to allude to, because as Slime 4KT is making their rotations, Darkness just cut right through their rotational path.
Yeah, and that is, of course, just how challenging this map is going to be. Of course, Umbra making a good push in, but now having the players here from Blackjack still maintaining their position up on towards these compounds. It is going to be quite a bit of a fight now erupting between both these teams. G3 also just hanging around, as we can see a little bit further on towards that southern side, but up comes the push here as Shadowwind just lasers through on towards Zayn, Lelouch, and the rest of the team there now from Blackjack having to try and find those angles to apply the pressure onto Umbra. But I gotta say here, Umbra looking pretty good aside from Morteza. Now getting picked up comes Reverb, looking to put a bit of a dent into the advances here of Umbra.
Your light on their feet indeed, coming through, even looking for PRZ, not stopping whatsoever in the building right now with 2 to 3 Team Umbra players. And of course, Wasted trying to prep that nade, but where does it go through? Has to connect. It's going to go right alongside Reverb, and a beautiful connection coming through. Now at least giving them a little bit of that space, you know, just trimming that thorn in their side that they've been dealing with. So now at least there's an opportunity here for Team Umbra to reset and regain their composure as they try and face off against Blackjack. But you see Darkness just on that horizon, DK.
Yeah, Darkness definitely could be another thorn in the side. It's like they ran into a thorny bush or something. But of course now PRZ just going to be trying to make a play. But up comes those hits now coming in from Slime 4KT. We saw them sneaking up just on the outskirts there of Malta. And up they come with a beautiful third-party angle. But of course now they still need to get their butts out of the blue zone, as we see Storm just barely within the zone. He's so close. Zeus now trying to set up that front line play. And with that, of course, the players from Slime 4KT only come into zone with 2 players remaining. Blackjack, G3, Umbra, well, still in pretty close proximity to each other. But G3, as we can see now, starting to make their way on towards that bridge. Umbra and Blackjack, as well as Slime 4KT now having to try and fight it out. But they have to try and conclude this fight as soon as they possibly can, because, well, the timer has started. That blue zone is getting ready to move up once again. So the faster they can move through this, the better it would be for them. But of course, it doesn't seem like 4KT, Umbra, or Blackjack are really looking to get out of this position just yet. Beautiful nades coming through there as Shadowwind pops it off once again.
Yeah, he was cooking that nade to absolute perfection there. Has to be careful for his teammate, but as I said that, unfortunately we'll be getting the confirmation he didn't want. But Slime 4KT still having Storm in this connection here, and Zeus now making their way down the stairs might be able to get the res coming through. And with the added chaos that Darkness might bring into this one, alongside RTG Esports, who have just pulled up right alongside them, Lelouch now going down, Team Umbra might just disengage here. The chaos is there. There's an opportunity.
Yeah, but a very unfortunate position that Blackjack find themselves in. Of course, MG just trying to reposition a little bit closer to the edge, but the teams have no other option on this main island. They have to try and get across. We see a lot of teams now resorting to the water, but look at this. Umbra coming under fire, and with that, they get sent away with 3 elims to their name. Darkness really putting up quite a bit of a performance here, but are they going to be able to hold on? As we can see, one of their players just narrowly within that zone. Slime 4KT now on the approach, but up comes that bridge cam coming in from the side of G3. This could be absolute heaven for them. Of course, this next zone shift is going to be quite indicative of that, but look at this. Darkness now trying to also take their angles onto the bridge, trying to put a bit of a stop to Slime 4KT. Oh, those nades getting sent in at 1 point, as we see Flacco actually picking up the knock, taking that knock away from Atleno. So, I mean, this is a beautiful back and forth between Darkness and G3 onto the side now of Slime 4KT.
And Zero Tolerance just taking advantage of the chaos to try and make a boat rotation, or actually just a swimming rotation into that military island. So yeah, Slime 4KT finding themselves in a sandwich once more. More nades coming through, and ooh, Ooh, just barely. Zeus does not get confirmed for that elimination. So still alive. Smokes are up. And, you know, a Riz can come through here for Slime4KT. Whereas G3 Temper, they've got a little bit of time to play with here. Not only do they have Slime4KT in dead to rights, but Darkness, there's an opportunity for them to pick up Darkness as well.
Yeah, they definitely could, but it's going to be a challenge, right? I mean, at this particular point in time, I don't want to be triple. I don't want to be zero tolerance because, as we can see, they are in the water trying to swim their way across, depending on where this next phase is going to be taking them. But of course, as we know, this is PUBG. This is Erangel. That zone could go any which way. Fortunately, it moves back onto the safety of dry land. And with that, of course, it is going to be the end of Triple Esports. But now, the pressure's on. I mean, Unique finding themselves in a very interesting position. Chills right there on the edge of zone bar, going into the fight that we have with them there with the side of the super young stars. As we got Chala, Lashin, and Kronboy now trying to see if they can get themselves out of this tricky spot.
Yeah, they've had full control of this ridgeline for so long. So they've got fantastic information, of course, onto the likes of Team Unique, who have come through exactly where Super Young Stars was sitting and waiting just for that rotational path. But they need to also conclude this and potentially duke it out either with Zero Tolerance or Darkness to get the only other ridgeline that is still left in the zone, as that zone has just shifted just a little bit too far away from where they'd want to be. But now, Team Unique taking a little bit of a scattered approach here to try and find an angle.
Yeah, I mean, zone but zone shifts, that's an entirely different thing, right? But of course, we do see the players here from YONKOUS with some good anticipation of the teams looking to push in from this western side. We have that 2-2 split coming through now, as we've got Lewis and NN7 now trying to hold up at least the front line with regards to the position of the players from Team Unique. But now we do see the rest of the lobby still having to try and find those rotational paths in. I mean, Cryptics, oddly enough, not secured within zone just yet. We still have them on the outskirts here, but look at that. Sim sends in an absolutely beautiful rebounding grenade to pick up the double knock and swiftly follows through with those eliminations, those confirmations. Lazy Boy also now coming under fire. He too gets taken out, and it all now turns to Marshall to finish strong for the team. Only one elim to their name. Are we going to be seeing them get sent back in that 10th position? Well, Bamboo, from what we saw yesterday, that could be a yes, but unfortunately for Umbra, Cryptics, that nade from Bamboo was just absolutely pinpoint accurate. So I got to say, when it comes to the nades, I mean, the Masters, they are the Masters. They've got the appropriate name for that. But now they got to master their positions a little bit more and push for that chicken, because I'd love to see the chicken being on the table here for them today. But looking at the positions we have coming into zone, it's still going to be quite a bit of a fight up on towards the northern region there, as Darkness also gets sent on back. It is up to 0 tolerance for KT for the northern portion, but down south we got the players there from Lusail and Myth contending against each other for control of this angle.
And Lusail also have good information about Masters. Are they Slime4KT? Unfortunately, it looks like they lost, you know, the battle there for that northern portion. So Zero Tolerance have a little bit of space here to work with, and those teams making the rotation down into a very, very tiny zone. YONKOUS and Masters and G3 Temper all in the feed, lighting it up for us here, DK.
Oh, but that zone shift is just an absolute brutality. Of course, YONKOUS, good spot, a good angle they have in the zone. Now they just got to play their angles. I mean, it still could be very much on the books for them. Unique, also a good spread though. But a 1-3 split in this particular way, I'm not quite convinced of that. We do see Existence Scope now trying to push in. Chills being entirely isolated right there up alongside Myth, the players from the side of Lusail. Oh, I'm not really liking that so much. Hopefully they can condense that rotation. It does seem like that is exactly what they're trying to do, as now they all regroup back up. Exist, of course, getting picked up in the trade-off here. But the pressure is still continuing to build as we have our final 7 teams. NN7 trying to yeet that nade all the way up to the plane. Unfortunately, it's not going to reach that high, but it is now being sent on over. 0 tolerance running straight up into the defensive lines of G3, and it looks to be absolutely chaotic for them. As G3 holds strong, zero tolerance, losing 2 players, and with that almost, we see that confirmation coming through on Vortex.
Yeah, YONKOUS in a prime position right now. They're sort of keeping their heads on a swivel because they've got a few teams that they need to worry about. Of course, Team Unique just on that ridgeline. Zero tolerance now, unfortunately, being confirmed out, going out in 7th position. Picking up a little bit of, contentions there in terms of eliminations, but they still want to get a little bit more when they come back. Now we turn our attention, though, to G3 Tempo, who are just lobbing absolutely all the utility they possibly can to give themselves some space here. And YONKOUS, just look at the activity that they're going, They're like, oh, let's get a piece of Masters, let's get a piece of Unique, let's get a piece of Myth, let's get a piece of G3 Tempo, let's just get a piece of everything.
Yeah, and this is now going to be absolutely essential for YONKOUS if they want to pick up a strong finish. Already they in the top 6, okay? So that is already a fantastic start for the day. But now we look to see just how far they're going to try and push it. Are they going to try and push it up into the top 3? Where are they going to be looking to finish off, right? Ideally, obviously, they're going to try for chicken, but is that going to be... Is that I don't know, something that is obtainable at this current point?
Yeah.
I would go as far as to say yes, right? Because they still have 3 players in, and there's still many other teams positioned here. But now, with the zone shift, they have to ensure that they have their position 100% dialed in.
Ooh, yeah, you can say that again. So, I mean, the possibilities that zone has brought now for Team Unique, on the other hand, who have one of the very few compounds we can still see, or other than the houses we can see, they have an opportunity here to take this further. Lusail now being confirmed. We're down to top 5. Unique, of course, onto the duo, and Team Myth, once again, similar position to what we see. They're in zone, well, about to be in zone, hopefully, with all of their players still alive into this one, alongside the 3 from G3, YONKOUS, and Masters. Opportunities lying in wait for these teams.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities coming through. As we can see, Myth, the only team with a full squad. The Masters, G3, as well as YONKOUS, catching up with 3 players into the 7th phase. But now look at that. YONKOUS trying to pick up the confirmation, but Angelo coming through with a quick saving grace there for the side. But with that, G3 down to 1. YONKOUS still having 2 players able to fight. And now the pressure's going to be on towards Havlik and Lewis here to just keep it all together. But now they are still so close to zone, not 100% in. Up comes Angelo with a vehicle. Is he going to try and run them over? No. Okay, he's just moving it a little bit further forward. Myth also still to find their way up in towards the zone.
Yeah,
Unique. Good spot though.
Absolutely, and Masters, unfortunately, will be a little bit of a deterrent. Unique, just sitting back and watching here. DK, they have an opportunity literally just to start picking apart, maybe, pulse a couple of bullets, get an extra little bit of damage, but they don't have to yet invest, whereas the rest of the teams, they do if they want to find the zone.
Oh, man, this is so crazy with that G3. Have to pack their bags. It is the end of the road. We are down to our final teams, and of course, you can see the players there from Unique rocking it out with only 1 player. Had a few hits coming on through. Myth now looking to apply the pressure, continuing to moving in alongside the Masters. Angelo trying to hold it up, but unfortunately he's out in the blue and down he goes. Myth now trying to push Unique, trying to sneak in the hits from behind. But YONKOUS playing this one super cautiously, staying out of those engagements, trying to hold it off as long as they possibly can. But the zone now shifting in between our final 3 teams. They have no other option here. Is they have to push forward. YONKOUS coming in off of the high ground position. We got the place there from Myth, and of course the side of down below. But once that timer runs out, all 3 of these teams are going to have to push forward into the zone.
Into the zone that doesn't have a lot of cover to work with. Even Team Unique, that has had one of the few buildings to work with, they're no longer within that zone. It is absolutely just going out into the open for anyone to capitalize off here. And of course, NNN7 trying to just dodge and weave between the nades and the utility being thrown here by Team Myth. And here comes Broly, absolute mad lad on its head, but he's taking too much damage to work with. The mollies are there, his feet are lit, and it's not looking like a fantastic opportunity. But Farokh coming through with confirmation.
Oh, yeah, Myth just stepping it up, picking up those elims. But now it is going to be Chills, the last hopeful, and he does not make it as Team Myth step it up once again, kicking off the second day with an absolutely beautiful performance, picking up their 3rd chicken dinner of the super weekend. I mean, as Team Myth absolutely on fire.
I don't know if I can even add to that, because honestly there's no better words to add it. They came through yesterday and they had such a stellar performance. We were like, wow, we weren't really talking about Team Myth. And you look, all of these teams, fantastic capabilities that they have. We know that. We absolutely know that. But Team Myth coming through just in the nick of time and starting us off with such an explosive performance. And here we are, first game of the second day, and looking a little bit similar.
Yeah, I mean, this Team Myth, they are just rolling through, and it is absolutely beautiful to see them having things just work out so favorably for them. I mean, they made their way into those phases, just kept on pushing the positions, kept on pushing, and at the end of the day, picking up such a beautiful chicken dinner. It is fantastic to see, but I got to say, the teams actually coped with the zone relatively well, right? We didn't have a lot of players really getting sent back due to the blue zone, so everyone had their positions, their rotations relatively dialed in. And what was crazy to see now is, as the team started converging on each other, just how beautiful that was. We did, of course, have a few players, unfortunately, not surviving the water, but you can't have your bread buttered on both sides.
Yeah, look, I mean, we talked about shooting fish in a barrel. If you find yourself in the ocean in the crosshairs of another team, what are you going to do? You can only go underwater for so long, and at some point you have to come up for that breath, and that's going to be the last breath you're going to take on that map. Unfortunately, it happens, and that zone rotation was a fun one. Again, like, this is something we wanted to see. I loved, the proactiveness of G3 Temper finding that bridge and being the first team to find that bridge in the nick of chaos. They really utilized the absolute just absurdity that we were talking about with, Blackjack Esports, the Team Umbra, Slimefork AT, as they were trying to, get their things in order. G3 Temper were like, hey, we've got an opportunity here, let's take it. So again, beautiful decision making coming through from many of these teams, and I really can't fault Team Myth or Team Unique, who had such a northern rotation to take. They were all the way at Severny.
Yeah.
They made it work.
Yeah, a lot of coverage coming through there from them. But of course, the next thing up that we got to look at is how the points situation kind of worked out for these teams, because we know at the end of the day, they are going to be chasing those points. And already we did see the players there from YONKOUS stepping it up, right? We were waiting for them to do exactly that. And it does seem like they had a rather successful run, at least in this first match. Things were a little bit more tough for the side there of Slimefork AT. But of course, before we get into any of those, we are going to be hopping into highlights from this last match. So enjoy them. We'll see you back in a minute. I'm pretty sure Chills had quite a few chills deciding to run forward, knowing that there's a few people having their scopes and sights trained on his position. So definitely play, but it takes another level of bravery to pull a move like that. So big ups, very well performed indeed. But of course, next up we are going to be hopping into our match results to see how many points the teams were able to rake in this past match. And of course, as we know, Team Myth, no surprise to those chickens, coming in, picking up their third chicken dinner of the Super Weekend. Already 11 eliminations coming in, putting them on a very comfortable 26 points, with YONKOUS stepping it up, as we've asked, coming in 19 points. But then, of course, Masters on such a beautiful roll. They came so close to getting into the top 3, but just missing out. So, there's at least still have 4 opportunities left to go.
Oh, absolutely. And again, we were talking so much about Bamboo yesterday in terms of the nades. We have to give, props to Sin there for that rebound nade that got 2 of the members. Oh, just Masters Esports needs to give us a couple of classes on how to really use some nades because they've been so fantastic. And look, first game of the second day, there's still a few teams that I'm looking for that really are going to have an opportunity to start picking up the points. We said 4 more maps available to them today and then another 5 tomorrow. That first super weekend, we're not even quite yet halfway. We still got a couple games to go before that is the case. So, I mean, for next level, for 1 million esports, Triple Esports, even Blackjack, who did manage to pick up a couple of kills, or Slime4KT and Cryptics, who I think it really came down to rotations for them that they unfortunately found themselves in the situation that they did. There's still plenty of opportunities for them to readjust, come back, and see what's going to happen. Of course, they can't come back on Erangel just yet. We're going to jump to Miramar next, so a little bit of wait before they redo those sort of drop sites. But still, opportunities. It's not at all a case of it's impossible. No, that is not at all the case. It's just going to get tougher and tougher, as we said. It's that continuous cycle of teams getting better and just constantly performing and improving.
Yeah, and it is going to be a constant chase for teams to try and improve their positions on the overall standings. But of course, we got to give a big shout out then to Nimmo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. So much love going out to them as well as the teams bring in quite a satisfying first match of the day. But we are getting closer to that time where we're getting ready for our second match. So I believe we are going to be jumping into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you guys right back afterwards. Tepo, great to see you. Now, first up, please introduce yourself and your team.
First of all, my name is El Chapo, the owner of Cryptics team. We are representing Morocco in the PUBG Mobile tournaments. And we are 5 players, all from Morocco: El Chapo, Marshall, Lazy, Cinco, and Cariboy.
There we go. Pleased to meet you. Now, I'm curious to find out, how are you feeling right now, just before the start of the event?
We were preparing for the past month, playing daily events and scrims, preparing ourselves to the tournament, and I hope we achieve what we want.
All right, sounds good. Now, I'm curious, has there been any changes to your team in comparison to the team that you had last year?
In the PMGC and the past season, we had a stable roster from the PMCO, PMPL, and PMGC. I was with Cinco, Marshall, and Lazy. But after the PMGC ended, we decided to bring Cariboy as a 4th player for the team. That's the only change we made.
All right, that sounds pretty interesting. Now, what are your expectations of your team going into the upcoming PMPL season?
After preparing, we feel that we are ready and we hope to get the top 1.
Okay. Good point to aim for. And that kind of slots in nicely with my next question, in which I want to know, what is your ultimate goal or ambition?
Our goal this season is to reach the PMGC and have a better performance than the last season.
All right. Okay, so just again, what kind of preparations did you go through before coming to PMPL Africa?
We were training and practicing all the days, scrims and events, to improve our communication and synergy of the team and improving our communication on the fights. And I think we are almost ready for it.
All right. Now, what would you say is your number 1 tip for beginners?
he has to give the esports all most of his time and play serious, train as much as he can so he can improve.
I want to ask you, how did winning the PMPL Arabia Season 2 benefit you as a team?
Winning the PMPL Arabia Season 2 gave us a lot of motivation and more experience, and we were motivated to play the PMPL MENA South Asia, where we got top 5 and qualified to PMGC.
Yeah, so some pretty good pathways being opened there for you. Now, what would you say is currently your team's best map?
Erangel is our best map.
Okay, that's going to be an interesting one. Now, if we look back to the performance you guys had in the last PMPL Arabia, in which you participated, you had you finished with 3 top 3s in the 8 matches you played in the finals. Now, are you hoping for a kind of similar performance coming into the PMPL Africa?
I believe the top 3 finishes were 2 of them were on Sanhok, since we were playing Battle Heal. Each map we were looting first aids and healing. But this time I don't think we will be healing, we will be playing for chicken dinners on Sanhok. And I hope we get more placement points on Africa.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa. Well, so far, I mean, we've gone off to a really good start to our first match of day 2 with Myth picking up their third winner chicken dinner. Now, Myth definitely stepping up to the challenge here, and of course, this is where we wait to see what the rest of our teams are going to be bringing in. So, I mean, it's going to be absolutely essential for the rest of the lobbies to kind of bring in some, maybe put some stop to the advantage of Myth.
Absolutely, and it's going to be crucial for them to really sort of catch up, I guess. Not really catch up, but just try and stop Team Myth. Otherwise, they're going to run away with all those winner chicken dinners, DK.
Yep, indeed. And of course, let us know what your thoughts are. Hit us up on social media. Be sure to check on or head on over to Facebook and Instagram. Look up the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages and tell us what your thoughts are. Who do you think are going to be the teams walking away with the victories here today? Already Team Myth being the first team on that first map, but what are your predictions coming to this second match right here over on towards Miramar? Now, of course, as we take a look at this, we can see very satisfying flight path coming. My question is what is that zone going to be doing?
Ooh, yeah, the zone, we've been seeing quite a few Chumbaceta, zone shifts that we've been talking about, and Cryptics have been making use of them time and time again. But of course, back on a map like Miramar, I always think about G3 Tempo. I always think about what are they going to bring to the table this time around. So, that zone shift, that might limit some of the options here of the teams depending on how it's going to be looking. The northeastern side, southwestern side, of course, is looking pretty bare for the time being as the teams are making their rotations through. But, northeast we took a look at.
Wow, this is going to be a very interesting one. See that we've got the greater fields in play, we've got Pozo in play, and, well, obviously the usual San Martin also being a nice prime position for teams to move up into. So you can see G3 already dropping down in their usual position right up in towards San Martin. But this is where the rotations are going to be quite essential. We have the players there from Blackjack and Next Level all the way down in towards Blockness. So this is where we wait to see what the team's going to do, right? Are we going to see those early rotations come through looking to acquire a good position within the zone? Or are they going to wait till the blue zone starts closing in and only then starting to rotate forward?
Yeah, look, we were talking yesterday about almost the mass shifting into the zone that we kept seeing. As soon as that zone popped, teams were like, okay, let's drop the loot, let's get in. We want a good position, we want to hold the line. And for many of the teams, of course, they're already finding themselves in fantastic positions here that they can work with as their initial drop sites. It's only really a few of the teams, like I would say Cryptics, of course, who are finding themselves all the way there to Puerto Parieso, who might have to make a little bit of a longer rotation. Or also, as a secondary concern, is they're going to have to make a rotation into that southern sort of eastern side that they have to work with, and southern western side potentially. But either way, wherever they choose to go, there's so many teams just clustered towards that. They can't really go all the way on top of the mountain onto, just there by El Pozo. So we'll see how they're going to be taking a look at this one and see how the teams might change it up coming into the first Miramar of today.
Yeah, I mean, definitely positioning, particularly on a map like Miramar, is going to be absolutely essential for these teams if they're looking to have some pretty good success. And I mean, looking at the positions, we have the teams dropping down into Zero Tolerance all the way up towards Ruins in that far northwestern region. So they have a pretty good starting point, right? There's no one in the vicinity. They can just go about their business, get themselves set up for those later phases before rotating a little bit further down. And we could see them maybe rotating down along that southern side, or along the west down to the south, potentially trying that approach closer towards El Pozo. But also, if we look up to the north, we have the players there from YONKOUS currently situated up in towards La Cobreria. So also a very comfortable starting point for them. However, that is a completely different monster by itself, right? We've got the Masters, we've got G3, we've got Unique, we have Triple Esports, Umbra, 1 million. All of these teams in proximity in at least Miramar terms for the time being to each other.
Yeah, Miramar terms. Let's just remind ourselves, that we're looking at an 8x8 block map here. It's a big map. It's a big map to work with, but it is a little bit of a concern, as we said. In terms of those shoulder-to-shoulder rotations, we've seen many of times, especially on Erangel as an example. Super Young Stars is the first team that comes to mind, and 1 million actually. Now that I remind myself, who fell short unfortunately because they started off with such a disadvantage. Coming through with those rotations, a couple of knocks came through. And then there's not much you can do. You can't now all of a sudden throw out all of your rotations just to pick up one member or maybe two members, depending on how you're set up. So a few sacrifices had to be made, and hopefully this time around they won't be finding themselves making those same sacrifices, as I know pretty much many of these teams have been putting so much effort into making sure that they've got a full squad in those final zones, and those squads and those teams have from most of the time at least been the team to take that winner chicken dinner, because you're putting your best foot forward. You've got the most of your numbers to work with.
Yeah. I mean, best foot forward is going to be the approach here, but definitely looking at a team here from Zero Tolerance. I mean, as we know, they've got a really comfortable position starting off on this match, all the way up in towards Ruins, which we don't really see many teams venturing into all too often, but also then the zone doesn't really allow for this region to be played all that much. But Zero Tolerance currently sitting on 30 points. So, there's still some room for some pushing to come through on their side. But if we look at the performance we had from YONKOUS coming through in the previous match, definitely a very satisfying play coming in there from them. I mean, we were hoping to see YONKOUS kind of break away. Well, the same also goes for the players there from Slime Feast. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of that now come through for the players for KT, as they have yet another opportunity to bring some new dynamic performances to the battlefield, as they have that whole entire eastern position to themselves. No one really to contend against them, at least for the time being. But they also still are yet to rotate up in towards the zone. And I mean, Al Azhar is a good starting point. So let's see where they choose to rotate onto once the zone pops up once again.
Yeah, Hacienda del Proton, I mean, we still have Team Unique basically rotating into that, and G3 Temper just off to the side, but it did get a little bit emptier. The eastern side, just if you go straight east, it's not looking too bad. They might go a little bit more down towards Graveyard, but that's just them. Now, if they go to Al Hazar, they're going to be pulling themselves up right alongside a few other teams to work with, and actually talking about a few other teams, Masters Esports, the team that we've been praising for their nades, now finding themselves to, dodge and weave between the bullets that G3 are dishing out here.
Yeah, and G3 is a team that's going to be a pretty tough, and particularly on the map of Miramar itself. We've seen some great success, at least in the league plays coming through there from them. So, that kind of sets the standard and sets the bar kind of with what we could expect for them, as we've seen a lot of teams only just dialing up their efforts coming into the Super Weekend. But now, as we look on towards 1 million, they have that added pressure coming through from Lusail. And a very comfortable play, actually, as we see Knight and Dexter just holding up that front line defense of some good high ground play coming through. You can see Salam from Lusail also then just positioned a little bit further down below. But a very spread out approach coming in from Lusail themselves.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, 1 million finding themselves very comfortable, because also they could potentially keep Lusail out of the zone here. Although I think that's also why Lusail is forced to take that long rotation. But Blackjack Esports and Cryptics, whoa, this is not a contention I was waiting for. But now finding themselves to try and finish off their business here in the zone, DK.
Yeah, fortunately, it is the first phase blue, so it's not going to be eating away at their health bars all too much just yet. So it is, of course, just going to make the engagements a little bit easier, as the opposing team would not have to put as much of the ammo through to do, the same amount of damage. But still a very spread out approach here. Blackjack trying to hold on to their position on these ridges, but it does seem like Cryptics have decided that it's not worth losing players at this point in time. They are going to be looking to reposition and head a little bit further up in towards the zone. And I'm expecting the similar kind of approach to come through for the side of Blackjack, because it's really not worth it to fight in the blue at this point, right? You got to try and push in, and fortunately for them, with the zone now shifting just down towards that southern side, it's not going to be too much of a rotation that has to come in. It's still going to be a relatively easy approach to get themselves into the safe zone and then the zone itself. But looking in the zone, that is where things are starting to cook up a little bit. If you look particularly up in towards Mon, we've got the players there from Miss as well as the super young stars. Things are definitely starting to cook on that point, and a lot of contention are starting to come through as we have the players there, Chala and Co also just hanging about over on towards the northern position. So things are going to be pretty tough. Super young stars, we know that they possess the capability of bringing in some pretty boss level plays, but are we going to be seeing that this time around? Not 100% sure just yet. But also G3 and the players there from the Masters still in a very close proximity to each other.
Absolutely, and you were talking about contention. I don't see Zero Tolerance finding anything really with that rotation coming through that they potentially might go to, you know, Al Pozo. They're having quite a peaceful start is the best way I can really put it. So they're not really going to be finding anyone just yet. They might be able to get a couple of third parties depending on how those zones go through. Because YONKOUS, I thought, might be, you know, they point of contention for them, but they've also just decided to shift on right back. Ooh, we've got cars exploding here. We've got G3 Temper on the high rise. And once again, Masters Esports, oh no.
Oh, I'm loving this. I'm loving this, Ez. I mean, Nacho, yeah, he's just reminding Angelo's, like, even though your vehicle can serve as hard cover, it is not good enough to stop my bullet. They just send them straight on through. But now, Ban also is Mini 14, so it's going to be an interesting play to see what they're going to be bringing. Fortunately for G, Bamboo is a little bit further away, so we can't see any of those devastating nades getting sent up at the hand of Bamboo. Because, I mean, I gotta say, Bamboo and a nade, that's just like, I don't know, that is a very devastating combination.
It's a prime combination. Even Sin coming through that we saw in that previous map. And, you know, when I see G3 Temper, Bamboo, we were talking about, you know, picks up with a position, but Six got getting a little bit of a haircut there. When I talk about G3 Temper and Miramar, the first memory that comes to mind is, you know, Mini 14s, buggies, and high-rise locations and rotations, because they make them work so well. They sort of take that 360 approach. They find themselves in a position where they literally have eagle eye vision on anyone and everyone, and they do the exact same thing. They just start picking away. They just start being a menace. But many of these teams trying to do the same thing, of course. And hopefully, you know, for many of the teams that have those high contention spots, like G3 Temper, like Team Masters, like YONKOUS and Team Unique right now, we might be seeing a little bit of a better opposition here.
Yeah, here we go. Come on, let's see what YONKOUS has in store for us. A beautiful knock coming on to Winky and Chills. Now also getting taken right on down. Look at this. Trying to get in the vehicle. But Havlik just spraying them down, looking to solo this whole play out. Picks up another one. What exists? The last one left now for the side of Unique. I mean, come on, YONKOUS just stepping into the next level. Look at this rush coming through, and with that, they swiftly deal with the players of Unique. I mean, I know I was asking for YONKOUS to step it up, but this is just next level stuff.
What did they have for dinner?
I don't know, but they gotta send me some.
They need to send all of us some. My goodness. Okay, so I want Masters to teach me about nades. I want YONKOUS to just give me their diet, their daily regime, whatever's going on, especially Havlik. Okay. I'm going to calm down from that, but we do have to take a look at 1 million esports who are just on the high rise. They've heard this contention, right? They've heard Havlik just absolutely punneling. Maybe they've heard us screaming through the screens. I'm not too sure, DK, but either way, there's opportunities here for third parties. There's opportunities for teams now with these rotations, as we can see on the mini map, to, you know, get a little bit involved, get a little invested into some eliminations.
Yeah, it is definitely an opportunity for teams to now to get those investments in, but of course they also still have to prioritize their position within the zone. As we see that timer counting down, blue zone about to start moving up once again. The zone, of course, having shifted all the way down towards the south. So we are once again seeing a kind of a mass migration coming through for a lot of these Cryptics actually now starting to take up a good positioning themselves over on towards that more southern side of the zone. They do have a few neighbors here, but next level not going to be posing too much of a threat. Current position for the players there of Cryptics, but with the addition of Blackjack coming in from the south, I mean, next level could maybe be finding themselves in a little bit of an uncomfortable position here.
You're talking about uncomfortable. I'm just looking at that northern side, those northern rotations, and here we are. Slime 4KT, we got YONKOUS, we got Darkness, we got G3 Temper just up ahead alongside 1 million. Everyone here, and now all of a sudden, all the work that YONKOUS have been doing, look at what Slime 4KT says about that. Look what they say about Havlik. They say, look, we're just going to take you out now while we have an opportunity because we know what you can do. We saw that feed. We don't want to have any of that.
But this is absolutely essential for Slime 4KT to do exactly what they are doing right now. Sneak in behind a team like YONKOUS, just come in, pick up those elimination points, and just continue with the momentum, pushing further and further forward. Not quite sure why YONKOUS came in with such a delayed rotation, trying to get up in towards the zone, but it does seem like Slime 4KT is going to try and reposition themselves just up ahead, and that could be an absolutely beautiful gatekeep play coming through from them. I mean, Storm... He's not even phased. Yes, the vehicle is smoking, but Blue Zone is moving in, and YONKOUS, I don't see any vehicles in the vicinity just yet, or unless, of course, NN7 was hiding that one away from us. But here we go, as they're getting ready to make their push to get back in zone, and it's going to be some pretty gruesome trials. I mean, they hopped into one of the fastest vehicles in existence ever. So we could see them flying up in towards the zone. But, you know, it's going to be... It's a good decision on a map like Miramar because the vehicle is relatively stable when it comes to at least driving around the terrain. But fortunately for them, with the zone now shifting to the north, it's not going to be such a hassle to rotate safely. But speaking about hassles, Lusail find themselves in a very tough spot as they are now being sent back into the lobby. No points to their name as they have been sent out in 15th position. But of course, the big bad Blue Zone starting to eat away at the players' health bars.
Yeah, I saw Slime 4KT unfortunately finding themselves in that same situation. That zone still pulling through. Again, I can't forgive you about the ban joke, but it's fine. We'll talk about that later. Okay, Darkness now coming on through. They've done a little bit of something here. They've got an elimination here to work with, but right on that ridgeline, as we can see, G3 Temper lying in wait. Masters as well, pulling up right alongside them with Slime 4KT and 1 million. This is what I'm talking about. Such an uncomfortable northern rotation, right? This is not a rotation that some of these teams really want to have to work with, but it is what the cards that they've been dealt with. And here comes G3 Temper, Nacho saying, hello, welcome to the shooting range. How about you just take a couple of pieces here from eFlex as well?
Oh, yeah, this could be the play now for 1 million, right? They got the players here from Slime 4KT looking to move up on towards them. They've got the controlling anchor points set up within the zone, but are they going to be able to leverage that in? But we know that the players from 1 million Esports have to bring in those points, and with that, Blacklast picks up the first knock on towards Aimer. There we go. Pretty good start. One more player for them to try and work through. And the confirmation onto Aimer is going to be a very easy one, as we can see. Blacklast now picking up that knock and the confirm. But Plaza, the last one left now. It's pretty tough to see Slime 4KT getting caught in a position like this. Ideally, we'd like to see them make last at least much longer in these games. But unfortunately, we don't have much say in that. It all comes down to where they choose to move into. And unfortunately, Slime, they have to now move back into the lobby.
Yeah, but for 1 million here, picking up those 3 eliminations, still having their full squad, this is what we've been waiting for, right? We've been alluding to that yesterday, and I'll get back to that shortly. What I'm looking at is Triple Esports and Cryptics once again finding each other, and unfortunately for Triple Esports right now, it's not looking too healthy, but they're going to get those reses up just in the nick of time. But are Cryptics going to be ready for the onslaught that Thor is prepping here with those nades? But Lazy Boy, still, what are you doing? Finding Master again? Says, no thank you, I do not care about your reses. I'm coming here for those eliminations, even if I have to do it alone. With Senke down, it's only Lazy Boy to contend here. He's up against a 1v3 situation, and he's making it look like a piece of cake.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, so it's good to see the teams really fighting back against the Cryptics, right? So far, the Cryptics was a little bit challenging. This one so far is looking to be even more challenging, as Cryptics is now down to only 1. But next level, as well as the players there from Triple Esports, definitely trying to stick it to them. But look at that position coming in from Blackjack, just up on the high ground. And if next level Esports aren't careful, we could see Blackjack just ripping through them as well.
And now, unfortunately, Thor and Lazy Boy are solos. You know, they don't have the rest of their team to really back them up here. And they're in their 1v1. They got a little bit of tunnel vision. And that tunnel vision might allow Next Level to get the confirmation. There's Cryptics out for the count. Now, obviously, they've heard a couple more shots. So they want to see, okay, who was dishing it out? Let's go find potentially another elimination. And we're officially down to 12 teams. So that means we're not getting bubbles for placements anymore. This is really where the points start racking up.
Yeah, and of course the teams are looking to rake in as many possible points as they can. As we can see, of course, on that map, still many teams left to try and position themselves within the zone. And Gaddafi trying to tap away there at Thor, trying to show him what that M24 can do. But look at this, Thor just patiently waiting. But look at the lineup coming in there from Next Level. They are just looking to dial it up to the next level, if I might be so bold as to say so. But come on, now... Triple Esports down to 1. If Thor plays this one beautiful, see a few more points coming in towards them. They're also just about to make their way up into the placement point territory. 12th place is placement point territory. But are they going to be adding any of those elimination points to the count as well? Of course, we do have a few shots raining down from the side there of Blackjack. So Thor needs to be super cautious of its position there. And oh, but a 1 million could be putting a bit of a hold to that, as we do see them also rotating up on the back end. Oh, but look at this. The knocks coming through. This could be a beautiful opportunity now for Thor to maybe apply a bit of pressure of his own. Gaddafi and Azar now just trying to advance their way forward, but Blackjack just raining down terror onto the players there from the side of Next Level.
Yeah, the space they were allowing, unfortunately, now has to just wait because 1 million, as we said, has become that thorn in their side, right? They would have loved to take Next Level out here, but they need to focus on what is beside them. And that is, of course, 1 million, who are currently on a little bit of a tear. They've got 3 eliminations to the name into placement territory, as we've said, and as we know, they are looking for as many points as they possibly can. They really want to start climbing that rankings. As, you know, the first map, the first day, wasn't too great. Darkness as well going out, so we've got 11 teams all of a sudden dropping like flies.
Yep, seeing a lot more as Lelouch sends it through, picking up Knight with an absolutely fantastic nade. But up comes the rush now from Blackjack. But look at this, Eflex sends one over on towards Zane. Oh, it gets so close, but unfortunately Zane is able to move out of that position. Thor still alive, and unfortunately down he goes, as we saw him putting up a little bit of a fight, picking up the knock on towards Next Level. But now Blackjack cooking up the nades, getting ready to send it right up into 1 million. Oh, Eflex managing to evade those utilities getting sent in their direction, but everything is looking to get set ablaze. We've got mollies, we've got smokes, we've got grenades, everything flying all over the place. But look at this, Lelouch now trying to step on up. Are they going to be able to pick up those points? Of course, the players there from Next Level also now getting sent away at the hand of Umbra, as that beautiful rush came through. They're just doing a clean sweep, moving their way back up in towards the zone. But here we are. Will Blackjack now be able to close it up? Picking up the first knock on towards Black Lost. Oh, Dex, beautiful of Angle picks up 3. Oh, down they go. 1 million. Riding so high as they step it up and send them packing. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
I can't even express to you how important this fight has been for 1 million, not only for the eliminations, but for the positional advantage that they now hold. With that zone rotation coming through, they have a straight line into safety, a straight line potentially into something even more. Zero Tolerance are picking up the pace coming through to G3 Temper, as Super Young Stars also being confirmed out, but it's not enough. All of a sudden, we are down to 4 teams. G3 Temper, 1 million Esports, Team Umbra, and Team Myth coming through for this final contention here for that winner chicken dinner. Now, 1 million Esports, I feel like have a potential here. As we said, crucial fight that they won there, because look at the position that they now hold.
I mean, all I can see from here is teams just looking to dial it in even more so. I mean, yesterday was on fire. Today, I don't know, but it's even better than that. It's like fire, if that's even a thing. But let's try and make it whatever. But here we are. Now, Umbra, absolutely fantastic position coming in from that southern side. Myth also just utilizing the ridge lines, moving in. But here we go. G3 rolling up from the north once again. Now, we've seen it when G3 rolls up from the north, things go a particular way. Is it going to be the same this time around? we don't know just yet. But they have some pretty stiff competition coming in because it's G3 sitting on a full squad, 1 million sitting on a full squad, Umbra on a full squad, and then of course we have FUT from the side of Team Myths.
Farokh indeed coming through, and he's been an absolute tear. Braden as well, one of the players that we've been focusing on, but Farokh just behind them, even though as a solo, he could genuinely be an absolute stopper to the plans here of G3 Temper. Now with Team Umbra pushing on up, trying to find an opportunity here with 1 million, but G3 Temper and Team Umbra now turning their attention to 1 million. This is the last thing that they would have wanted as they go down to a duo who are currently being surrounded. As I said, Team Umbra, they want the approach, and they're going to find E-Flex, and that's going to be 1 million taken out in 4th position here.
Wow, this game just keeps on changing. Of course, Farokh there from the side of Myth still holding on, but G3 not going to be stopping just yet. They're continuing to apply the pressure. Umbra coming in with a very split up approach. Oh, not quite sure why though, but unfortunately, things are looking a little bit on the tough side, but Morteza and Wasted are going to try and leverage that as best they can. You see Morteza now looking to advance forward. The shots raining down. Down goes Morteza. It is up to Wasted right up behind him. Wasted and SW1D2 very split up. I don't really see them condensing that position just yet, but look at the bounce coming through onto Farokh. Oh, it overshoots, but they have a good idea of Farokh is. So the pressure is going to be on, as we can see those shots now flying into Farokh once again. But G3 looking to close this one up. Are they going to be able to succeed and rain it down on the opponents, picking up potentially their first chicken dinner of the Super Weekend?
1v2 v4, and it's an unfortunate position here for Farokh, who's just been having nades flung past their face. Now Team Umbra as the duo trying to find an angle here, very split up. Of course, a SW1D there towards the southern side, but might have an opportunity to take down Farokh. But there's the confirmation, as we just mentioned it now. 1v2 as 1v4, sorry, I can't even count the numbers. G3 Temper have an opportunity here to take the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, they do, and of course it is going to be SW1D up against the entirety of G3. Nacho coming in with a beautiful off-angle play, while Sticks, got Buden and Flacco are trying to keep the pressure up from their side, potentially maybe trying to lure him out, but down goes Flacco. SW1D not to be discounted just yet, but the shots come in and down they go. G3 come through with their first winner chicken dinner in the Super Weekend.
Oh, finding your last bit of cover behind, you know, just a lonely tree. And as you said, that beautiful flanking position coming through from G3 Temper, they had the numbers advantage, so they could do exactly that. Throwing a net, basically, that was ensnaring the last remaining hopeful there of Team Umbra. Oh, my goodness. So, I mean, if we break that down, G3 Temper, they were finding themselves in a little bit, you know, of a rock and a hard place there. This Team Myth pulling up right behind them. We had Blackjack, we had 1 million, and then all of a sudden G3 Temper just, they took it up a notch. And we know this, you know, G3 Temper and Miramar, I'm going to wait to see what other team is really going to just replace that memory in my head, because that's all that I see when I see Miramar.
Well, I said it on the I said it during the game, right? Once G3 starts rotating in from the north, things go a particular way, right? And it happened again. And that is purely based on what we've been seeing just here in the PMPL from their performances on Miramar itself. And we know Miramar is a really strong map for them, and they showed it once again, just reminding us why it is such a strong match there for them. So well done, beautiful winner chicken dinner being brought to the table there. And now, of course, you know, things are going to keep on changing. We've got teams stepping up, and it was yet another relatively challenging game for the players there coming in from the side of Cryptics. I mean, they held strong. They made it up pretty late in the game, but we see the teams really starting to try and put a stop to the runaway performance we saw coming in from Cryptics over in the league play days.
Yes, and I mean, they have a very good reason to, right? There's a very good reason you want to take an opponent like Cryptics out as soon as you can. And those third parties coming through, like we were saying, Lazy Boy holding their own in a 1v3 scenario there. It came down to Thor as well. Just shout out to them for making it as long as they did, for surviving as long as they did somehow, some way. But Lazy Boy, you know, putting in the performance, finding those 2 eliminations, but the third party from Next Level just, it finished it off for everyone. And I don't know. We'll see how that third map's going to come through, because again, I still think of Cryptics as that team that, is calm and collected and calculated. They get the
Yep.
information, they know what they need to do, and then they implement it. And the execution has been brilliant from what we've seen in the league play. So I'm still waiting. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
But of course, a kind of strategy we saw coming through from the side of Cryptics is the first two games, they are a little bit more reserved. Once we get into those third, fourth, and fifth games, that's when they're like, well, you had your chance. Here we go. All right. So, but, well, before we get into that, let's have a look at a few of the highlights coming in from the back of this Miramar map. Enjoy. Well, there we have it. As we saw, some absolutely beautiful, beautiful playing in there. And, those northern strategies working out quite favorably there. But we'll have to wait and see until we get back to Miramar once again to see whether or not that is going to be consistent enough, because it's purely based on speculation. It's not like it's not 100% locked in, but of course, speaking about something that is 100% locked in is going to be our match ranking. So let's have a look and see how many points the teams were able to bring on in.
Oh, G3 Tempo picking up that 28 points a game with those 13 eliminations. Again, on an absolute tear. And this is what we were talking about. They get themselves into a fantastic position and they just start, picking away with those mini 14s. Team Umbra, of course, very, very good attempt by them in that last part with that 1v4. Well, technically it was a 2v4, that was a 1v4. It was pain. But they really did good with those 9 eliminations. Picking up those 21 points, they're going to be pretty happy with that performance. And we do see those bubbles that we absolutely hate to see, but they have to happen one way or another at some point, unfortunately, which is going to be Cryptics and Lusail, Team Unique, taking it for Miramar.
Yeah, but at least we are seeing Slime 4KT still bringing on points to the battlefield, right? So we know that they're currently sitting on the leaderboard, not in a spot where we're accustomed to seeing them. So ideally, we'd like to see them kind of bring a change into that. And just to remind you as to where the teams currently are and how crazy they are. I mean, look at this. Team Myth already sitting on 122 points, just 7 matches into the Super Weekend. And of course, hard on their heels is the players there from Cryptics that we can see with their chicken dinners also lighting it up. But Masters holding strong. I mean, maintaining a position within the top 5. But we've got another team joining up into the top 5, which of course is there from Team Umbra.
Absolutely, and you can't fault them again. They really had to make it work, and they had a fantastic southern side rotation in Miramar, and they really started picking up some beautiful, beautiful points. Again, we are seeing a little bit of a shift on this page as well. We're seeing 1 million going up into 14th, next on Slime 4KT, now having a little bit of that added pressure as well, and YONKOUS finding themselves in 9th place alongside Zero Tolerance. So, I mean, some of the teams here that we're finding, there's glimmers of really fantastic performances coming through from them as well, and we're still waiting for those glimmers to really, really shine. Zero Tolerance, not a team that is shy, to these sort of performances. Same with YONKOUS, same with Slime 4KT. We know what they're capable of. Like we said, coming through from PMCO, that first and second place, team. I'm waiting. I know that they have what it takes. I know absolutely that they have what it takes. It's just going to be about when, I guess, they're going to show their cards or when they're going to have exactly what they need to implement.
Yeah, and time is going to start running out, right? We already crossed that second match of today. We can cross it off, right? We got 3 more left to go. So time's running out. If they're going to step it up, they better start doing that relatively soon. Otherwise, it's going to become more and more challenging to accomplish that and, you know, just catapult themselves up those leaderboards. But we'll have to wait and see what exactly it is that they are going to be doing. And of course, we also have to give a big shout out there to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So, you know, quite a bit of excitement coming through here. But, well, while we get ourselves ready for that third match, we are going to be jumping into another break. And, of course, we do have a few more interviews that are going to be playing during the break. So enjoy, and we'll see you guys right after. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. As we got that section under wraps at least, but of course now what we're going to be looking for under wraps as well is this third match, because we saw some really impressive performances popping off in our first, well, our only Miramar for the day, but of course that first Erangel was also pretty and now, as we're getting ready to make our way onto the second Erangel of the day, this is where things are going to be quite essential for teams to be successful in their approaches. And of course, be sure to let us know on social media what you guys back home think about who taking home the winner chicken dinner on this next Erangel match. And of course, hit us up on Facebook, Instagram. You can look up the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages on both those. Let us know what your thoughts are, but at least for the time being, is we are going to be making our way onto the map with that flight path starting all the way over towards the Sosnovka Island, and then of course heading up towards Stalba. So Cryptics are going to have a comfortable drop spot up in towards the north there, but now we look to see what the rest of the lobby is going to be bringing. And I'm still keeping my eyes on the players there from Slime 4KTs. We can see currently on screen they're sitting on 23 points. And, you know, YONKOUS, they've already stepped it up. 1 million esports starting to push their way up that leaderboard as well. And, I mean, we still need to see that play come through from Slime 4KT. And, of course, Next Level also, they've tried a few things, but we need to see that all now come together in the remaining matches of today.
Yeah, we want that to come to fruition here for many of these teams that are finding themselves in those 20-point slots, maybe even 30-point slots. You know, they want to get themselves that buffer, as we said, because coming through into the next weekend, you might have a team like Team Myth that just picks up, you know, a couple hundred points because they can. You know, it's definitely possible. So give yourself as much room to breathe as possible and make sure that you're always going to be in that top 16 to get yourself into not only Super Weekend, but those finals. Now that zone. Hey.
Listen, I mean, we asked for something other than South, all right, and it happened. Okay, it went extreme east. That's fine. Okay, it's not the worst thing out, but definitely it's a change up, and that's what we've been wanting. But also another change that we see is 1 million now going up to G3 in the early game.
Maybe a little bit of revenge coming through, you know, from what we saw on Miramar, G3, absolute thorn in their sides. Might end up there towards Milta, you know, G3 there's closer towards Farm. They might have a little bit of a fun time that we could see a little bit later, especially some other sites that we're looking at, your Zero Tolerance, pretty close to Team Myth or Lusail, depending on where they're going to be landing here. Umbra right in the thick of it, as well as smack bam in the middle. We find Blackjack Esports and Darkness also a little bit close for comfort, but for the time being, I think they should be fine. So a few points of interest. And then, of course, Super Young Stars have just decided that, you know, they're just going to distance themselves from the rest and get themselves set up into this one.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm curious to see where the rotations are going to be coming into, because the current position of the zone so far over on towards that eastern side does make it quite a bit challenging, as there's not a lot of compounds really for teams to rotate into. I mean, multi-power, yes, that is still open for the taking, but a majority of the compounds along the way are already occupied by teams. So it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge now for Triple Esports, the players coming in from the side there of the Super Young Stars, having to find a good approach in. Even Next Level, currently over in that military base, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. But of course, we're also going to be looking to see what the teams inside the zone are going to be doing. Umbra, positioned up in towards school. We've got YONKOUS just on the other side of the hill, positioned up in towards Rozok. So, you know, we're patiently waiting to see what rotations these teams have planned for us.
Yeah, and Masters Esports and Next Level finding themselves on that Sosnovka military base have to make the rotation through the bridges, right? Or potentially, if they find a boat, they can you do it a little bit safer. But if they do, they're going to run through a straight crossfire from G3 and 1 million Esports, who are just on the other side, you know? So, and we know what G3 likes to do with bridges. We've seen them do it literally in the previous Erangel. So I don't think they would be opposed to maybe just holding a line, doing a little bit of containment, and seeing what they can pick up with these rotations coming through, because that's potential free elimination points, you know? Many of the teams, similar positions. These rotations can be absolutely crucial as we see that zone later, shifting through and depending on where it wants to go to.
Yeah. I mean, these rotations still to make their way through, but for the time being, things are relatively quiet. You know, you can see the teams, a lot of them really respecting the space even the players there from 1 million, yes, they dropped down right on top of G3. They rotated away swiftly up in towards Malta. So we know, historically speaking, that 1 million also likes to drop down in towards Malta, but they started off with things looking a little bit more like they were heading straight over towards G3. At least they were able to kind of straighten out and head on over to their usual location. Meanwhile, next level also, nothing really out of the ordinary here, but they're going to have to, at some point, start heading over on towards the main island. And it could be an interesting rotation, particularly having the players there from the Masters who we just saw positioned up on towards Novo. Both these teams could be heading towards that eastern bridge at the same time, and that could bring in a few complications of its own. And now, one of the other teams we have that has quite a bit of a rotation to bring through is going to be side here of the Super Young Stars. I mean, they are the team that is the furthest away from the zone currently.
Yeah, I think the team that's only second to their rotation would be Lusail, who are there all the way towards the northern side of Georgia Pool. So they still have to make a couple of rotations, a couple of decisions as well. Because I mean, if you want to take a straight path into the zone, you're going to go through either Myth or Triple Esports. You know, it might be a little bit of a fight for that zone, depending on how they want to take it. And I don't know, I really do like that we're giving a little bit of respect, you know, with the teams coming through. They're allowing everyone to sort of get a good footing into this one, not starting off with any sort of like hot drops just yet. Might see that, you know, change going over to Sanhok, because we saw that happen yesterday. But Erangel, I like it. I do want to see how the teams are going to implement the changes that they have to make, right? Because we saw many of the teams, unfortunately, falling short, particularly to rotations, particularly to teams doing a bit of containment and gatekeeping, and particularly with those zones coming through. This time, of course, I highly doubt, I'll put it out there, I highly doubt we're going to be seeing, again, such a mass water rotation. You know, hopefully we won't be seeing many swimmers coming through to fruition, but still, I want to see what happens with this one.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason for the Masters or next level to try and rotate up through that waterway, right? Because they can still kind of share the bridge to have both teams cross over. And it does seem like next level are getting themselves ready to move across. Meanwhile, up on towards the western side of zone, Zero Tolerance just going to be making their way around the sunken city here, looking to see how best to approach maybe into the next phase. They're already on the edge of zone, so it's not going to be too much of a problematic rotation for them. Meanwhile, a little bit closer to center zone, we do see the players here from Darkness with the addition of YONKOUS now moving in just north of their position.
I mean, if they move on a little bit forward, you know, Blackjack and Slamhawk AT are just around the corner as well, if they really want to get them involved. But Darkness, also a team that I'm looking out for. You know, we were talking about Slimehawk AT, we were talking about 1 million esports. Darkness, I feel like, has had a pretty you know, good sort of performance coming through. They're sitting about 12th position right now. So I mean, they're not all the way, you know, sitting in the middle, but they're also not all the way sitting at the bottom. They've done all right. I do want to see a little bit more from them. I feel like I haven't had an opportunity to really see the engagements coming through to fruition, and they might make that happen. They've had a few sneaky third parties coming through as well, which I do love about them. You know, they're constantly on the lookout for that, and that is a potential fantastic opportunity to pick out eliminations. It's just going to be about how they're going to work it here. Now, as they move through towards prison and getting very, very close to G3 Temper and Blackjack Esports, maybe looking at a sandwich there.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the sandwich. It only depends on what kind of toppings you add on to that, right? I think that's kind of the deciding factor. But having a Blackjack G3 sandwich, that might be a bit of a bestseller somewhere. You know, where exactly? I can't tell you, but you know, that's just like a prediction. I don't know. Whatever. We'll see. But of course, now the players here from Myths are going to be rotating their way up on towards a position towards Potato Hill. I do think it's a pretty safe call, at least for the time being. But Lusail and Zero Tolerance are both now rotating up in and around that kind of Rozhok region, just on the northern side there of the waterway. So we could see a few exchanges actually coming in between them. And in fact, we have everyone still in the game with the first knock now coming through on towards Zero Tolerance skill, in addition to the zone. Now continuing on its trend on towards that eastern side, centering up beautifully towards Mansion. But unfortunately, it does seem like Zero Tolerance has now been reduced to 3 players, as it is a pretty good start there for the side of Lusail now.
And unfortunately, Hates feeling like a little bit of bait right now as he is ahead of the rest of Lusail with, the rest of the team just behind trying to make sure they can take a safe rotation in. And that zone, some of it, unfortunately, just going to be water. So not an opportunity here for the teams to really make use of it, but we'll see how that ends up causing a little bit of chaos towards the later part. But here's Team Umbra and YONKOUS, two of the teams that we know have been stepping it up, and two of the teams who still want to take it further, of course. So, I don't know. DK, this could be a beautiful, beautiful fight.
It could be, but it all comes down to how these teams take the current position. And
Ooh.
of course, YONKOUS are going to be welcoming Umbra to their little homestead here, as Wasted is going to be the first one to get stopped right there. SW1D2, Morteza, and PRC still to rotate on in. Let's see, are they going to be looking to potentially come knocking on the door here for the side of YONKOUS? And this feels like a similar kind of play that we saw coming through in the qualifiers as well. But of course, let's see now what Umbra are going to be doing with their position here. Just positioned up on this little hilltop, some good coverage, but up comes the rush now as PRZ moves right on forward towards them. Oh, down he also now goes. I mean, YONKOUS trying to hold on. Hufflink getting picked on up right there. Beautiful trade-off between YONKOUS and Umbra. But Morteza a little bit exposed right there out in the field. Curious to see how SW1D2 is going to try and take this approach as I'm rushing straight on forward, looking to quickly tend to their wounded players.
Oh, and trying to prioritize those reses as Wasted was literally on a sliver of help, but all of a sudden it is down to SW1D2 right now. YONKOUS in a fantastic position here. Havlik still in this one. Still needs to be res, but still an opportunity to keep them in. And they have been absolutely crucial here to your YONKOUS. And there comes the confirmation coming through. SW1D2 now jumping on over, trying to get a couple of buddy shots coming through. But SW1D2 is just trying to weave and dodge. But for how much longer? There's the nade confirmation. And now this is an opportunity for Team Umbra. Maybe we might be seeing them taken out, but still, Morteza is alive in this one and desperately trying to get involved. Unfortunately, because they're so split up, not an opportunity for them to really get engaged or to make a huge impact. There's not a lot of angles or, sort of just windows that they can work with to find YONKOUS.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about the windows, YONKOUS have all those windows covered. I know it's not the same windows you were referring to, but either way, YONKOUS really stepping up their game here. Yes, they are one man down, but they've been putting up quite a bit of a fight onto the side there of the players coming through from the side of Umbra. And of course, Umbra having now to pack their bags and head back over into the lobby. And up is now for Miz. Broly trying to explore his options a little, trying to see where exactly Triple Esports are situated. And of course, there are no strangers there. They are not going to hold back at an opportunity to put a few hits, a few dents into that vehicle. But now, as we wait to see where this next phase is going to be going, this is where positioning is going to be absolutely crucial for the teams once again. The Masters coming in a bit of a late rotation, about to start joining us in the zone, as the zone now continues to center up towards Mansion, and Blackjack just being absolutely zone blessed in this position. But last time we saw the zone heading in this direction, it was when Blackjack walked away with a winner chicken dinner. This, of course, being over in league plays, but let's see what they're going to be doing this time around now that it is super weekend time.
Yeah, migration coming through now is all the teams want to find, and hopefully a positive position here in this zone. And I mean, if we take a look at it once again, we're seeing that scenario where the teams are really prioritizing these rotations, as we saw many of them falling short in the first Erangel, so they've immediately resolved those sort of issues coming through. And again, Blackjack right alongside Team Unique, covering that center part of the zone, that southern side looking a little bit contested, that northeastern side also looking a little contested. So going to be a very difficult rotation for some of these teams to try and just find a little space for themselves.
Yeah, and of course, we are waiting to see what the players here from Cryptics are going to be doing. So far, it has been a pretty tough run for them in both the first, but let's see whether or not they're going to be able to pick things up. Of course, Marshall just doing the due diligence there with the AWAM, making sure that there's no one hiding in the buildings off to the end there. They do, however, have the players from Lusail now rotating in from the western side. As you can see, YONKOUS now quickly just trying to hold their fort. But Lusail going to be focusing on pulling up a little bit further in towards the zone. Again, not going for a super deep rotation, but just looking to get themselves at least established on towards the southwest, or rather the northwestern side of the zone, as they find a nice little open spot to pull up into. We do see the players there from Slime 4KT positioned up in towards Yasnaya, and we do know YONKOUS is right behind them. So Lusail got to find a good kind of balance there with how they are going to be playing this one. Meanwhile, over on towards the eastern side, Next Level, as well as the players there from 1 Million and the Masters, are still just vying for a little bit of a positional play here.
Yeah, Masters has been following Next Level all the way from that military island. They've just been on their heels right now, but no contentions just yet. And Next Level need to be careful because they might find themselves in a little bit of a spat here with 1 Million Esports, who have just gotten the attention of Darkness, of course. So many rotations to worry about, and many teams that are looking for a few of those early eliminations. Still 15 teams left, only one team, you know, to really, unfortunately, that we've had to say goodbye to, but everyone's still looking good with in terms of representation. And that Southern Point shelter, all of a sudden, empty. So empty.
Yeah, there's no place to shelter in this match. And of course, the zone getting ready to move it up once again. And I do think with this next shift, we could be seeing which teams stand a pretty good chance of securing a strong position moving into those later phases. And Blackjack just getting zone blessed once again with their position up in towards Mansion. But of course, G3, just a little bit north of Prison, also having a relatively interesting position. But now, look at the rest of the teams starting to try and make their way up in towards the zone. I mean, Darkness, they've got this angle right here on the edge of zone. This could be quite an essential position for them to hold. As we look at the open spaces ahead of them, there's not going to be a lot of options for those teams really to start moving up into. But of course, the Masters are also still vying for their own position within the zone. Not quite sure why they are looking over onto the side there of Zero Tolerance, as Zero Tolerance also now still have to rotate in. But it's a good distraction because that now gives the players from Cryptics the opportunity to move into position right behind them.
Absolutely, was just about to say that's all. Lazy Boy just getting up and personal. Now Triple Esports feeling a little bit of that pressure. Unfortunately, Thor, you know, that absolutely fantastic survivor from Miramar is going to be getting confirmed. And the rest of Triple Esports now down to a duo trying to fight against G3 Temper, who we know was absolutely dominating with regards to Miramar. But how are they going to take this in Erangel? Fantastic position for them. They do have Triple Esports just right up ahead of them. And the rest of the teams, again, uncomfortable rotations as we can see Cryptics and Zero Tolerance, YONKOUS, Blackjack Esports, everyone lighting up the feed.
Yeah, and here we go now. Oh, Lusail and Team Unique doing the dance, trying to see who's going to be the team to claim control of this compound. Of course, Lusail being the team that still has to try and rotate up in towards the zone. And what's beautiful about this current position is that it is a nice high ground angle to be having. You can see quite a bit into the rest of that zone. Look at this. I mean, Scope looking all the way down to the players there from YONKOUS, who are positioned center zone. So that gives you just an idea of how important this position can be. But here we go now, as Lusail are still trying to find those angles, looking to see how to best take the approach to potentially maybe contend against the players here from Unique. And it's going to be quite a bit of a fight for this position. We also see in the feed there that the players from Slime are coming under pressure once again, but they're also applying quite pressure now on towards the Masters, with a beautiful assist coming in there from the of Darkness. But the fighting is not going to be stopping anytime soon, as Cryptics also start pushing a little bit further forward, finding themselves up alongside Zero Tolerance,
who've already managed to take down 2 and are looking for those confirmations. Here's the peaky. Thank you. Yes, Lazy Boy, you might be next. But Cryptics now down to a duo. Unfortunately, they were the ones here to engage with Zero Tolerance, right? They found that little bit of, contention early on. They heard it. They're like, oh, great, third party coming through. Surely not going necessarily their way. And now down to a duo completely, and they'll have to disengage and try and find a safer approach into this one. Zero Tolerance have made a stand here, and that's fantastic starts for them. Slime 4KT, although, just on the other side, with Darkness now potentially covering that sandwich position. Team Unique and Lusail still rubbing shoulders to shoulders. And as we tune into the action here, DK, this might be the pressure situation that Lusail might not want to have.
Yeah, definitely. I have to agree with you on that one. But of course, we do see Salam trying to wrap around there as we look onto the map. That zone getting ready to pop once again. It centers up
Oh.
towards Mansion even more so. But already we do see the players there from Triple Esports secured in zone. We have the players from 1 million as well as YONKOUS. And then, of course, Blackjack not having to move up all that much. But the fight will continue between the players here from Lusail and Unique as both these teams now have to reposition in towards the zone. With that, Slime 4KT gets sent away. Oh, in 14th place. Wow, that is super unfortunate. But, well, the pressure is going to be on as we can have the players now. Salam looking to vault up into the windows. Oh, but he gets stopped in his track as Winky comes through with a beautiful spray. Let's see now who's going to be the team to rotate out of this position. And, of course, it is going to be Unique as Lusail are stopped in their tracks, and Unique now having to try and res up the team, but the blue zone is on the way, so we'll see just how far they are going to be able to get with that. But of course, the rest of the teams still looking to reposition back up zone. G3 also being one of the teams still behind their entry point into this phase.
Yeah, right alongside Triple Esports there, who have been a little bit split for a while now. It's Master and Maestro who haven't yet had the opportunity to regroup. YONKOUS and Cryptics now finding a little bit of contention. And look at this Darkness, 1 million, next level, all together, looking to start a little bit of a party here. So far, Darkness still looking alive into this one, but 1 million, such a pressure situation here for them, because even if they survive this onslaught from next level, they still immediately have to reset and deal with Darkness, who are just right around the corner. Neighbors that you do not want in a situation like this.
Yeah, this party is just on fire. But here we go now. Utilities getting sent back and forth, heading out in all directions. But look at that beautiful placement coming through from 1 million. Azar now sends one up in retaliation. Picks up Gaddafi. Oh, Blackloss taking a little bit of damage. Falls up into the window. Up comes the players here from Darkness. Tornado looking to kick off the storm as he's now also pushing forward. Azar trying to lay down through the window. Moment doing the dance back and forth, in and out, all over the place. Trying to see if they can line up those angles, and down goes next level. Of course, the players here from Darkness still continuing to push on forward. 1 million Blackloss coming under fire as Tornado and Alendo are in, and with that, Tornado wraps it up. It is absolute insanity. 10 teams now remain fighting out for the zone.
I wanted more from Darkness. I wanted more engagements from them, and I just got treated to an absolutely beautiful bloodbath that they've just laid out there for 1 million and next level. Now, Blackjack Esports, who have been absolutely zone blessed for basically the entirety of Erangel, now find themselves in some pressure here. Zero Tolerance and Cryptics have pulled up right alongside them, and we know they've been busy getting a couple eliminations themselves. Of course, G3 Temper just alongside them, Team Myth, Super Young Stars, all of these teams getting into zone, and that zone shift once again, well, actually, for the first time, not looking at Blackjack Esports.
Yeah, it is now zone blessing the players there from G3 all the way down south, but it is definitely a very challenging position for G3 to be in, as we saw not a lot of hard cover really for them to make much use of. Unique also finding quite a bit of a challenge here, trying to get back in towards the zone. Several flying up in their direction. I mean, the players here from Myth in good setups, just waiting to see who will dare venture up towards them, as we only have 3 teams currently set up in zone. It is going to be G3, Myth, as well as the players there from Triple Esports. And of course, we can see Adleno already sitting on 4 eliminations for their team. Some absolutely beautiful plays coming through just there. But now the pressure is on as the players from Darkness start to move on in. Myth now feeling the pressure. Unique coming under fire, but Myth getting traded and all continuing to fly. G3 trying to bring in their 2 cents to the fight as well, but Super Young Stars making it so difficult for them to make a good play. Of course, Cryptics also now getting picked up in the process as they too try to rotate up in towards zone. Triple Esports getting sent away. The teams are starting to drop like flies here, Ez, and with that, we are down to only 7 remaining teams. G3 still having a good position all the way down south, but now everyone else is starting to move on forward. Team Unique getting traded off as well. Blackjack pushing forward. YONKOUS holding strong. Zero Tolerance also up in the mix, but this is going to be absolutely brutal.
Absolutely brutal indeed, and there's not a lot of cover to work with in terms of the teams that we're looking at there from Blackjack Esports and Darkness. As soon as those zone rotations come through, they're gonna have to make some awkward pass, but look at this MG doing exactly what you would expect, and absolutely beaming the side there of YONKOUS with some nades prepped. They might be looking at an absolute beautiful party coming through, and they want to get those confirmations before the rest of Darkness pull on in, but it's too late. Here comes Whiskey, and there goes the confirmation for YONKOUS. As it comes through, though, Darkness does not have an opportunity here to really reset, because Blackjack Esports are hungry for those confirmations. They're still up with 3 players here, and the rest of the teams are looking hungry to make those numbers a little bit smaller.
Yeah, and Vortex, of course, now also going to be trying to sneak up in towards the zone with the air punches, trying to move in as quickly as possible in this game. But 5 teams remain, as we can see. We've got Darkness coming in on that eastern side, Blackjack on the north. Oh, the hits come through as Vortex picks up a little cheeky hit, but gets traded off. But here we go now, down to 4. Darkness in the mix, as well as G3, the players there from the side of Blackjack. And then, of course, the super young stars. But you can see Chala not looking too great on the health pass there. The confirmation comes through as Reverb seals it up. And now the pressure is really starting to mount, as we see Whiskey and Adleno now trying to just inch their way on forward. But already 10 eliminations on board for the side here of Darkness. It is looking absolutely fantastic for them. Blackjack now bring players back up into fighting form. But who will be the team to succeed, as we see that zone now just favoring the players from G3 once again. Already, Darkness having their foothold in the zone, but are they going to be able to make enough of a stand from that position?
Yeah, G3 Temper right now quite spread out, because they're looking for those angles. They're looking for those flanking positions here, because they've got a lot of players right up ahead of them. And as I say, that moment going to be the first one to be spotted out there on the side of Darkness, which G3 Temper would love to get out of here, because they want full control of the zone. They want to be the last team standing here, and that starts with taking out Darkness. Now, Whiskey and Adleno trying to prep some nades, trying to give a little bit of cover here, some space to work with. The super young stars getting confirmed, and Blackjack Esports using the vehicles to their advantage to just push up on closer into this contention between G3 Temper and Darkness. But they're going to be very sorry for that one, because Six God says, thank you, I saw that, let's take you out.
Yeah, I mean, G3 just popping off. The players here from Darkness popping off. Our 3 remaining teams just absolutely going insane. They've all now engaged that beast mode. But who's going to be the team to reign supreme at the very end and claim that winner-winner chicken dinner for themselves? Of course, a beautiful nade coming in there from the side of Reverb as Nacho gets traded off. It is now up to Six God and Flacco for the side there of G3 to hold strong. A little bit of an evening of the playing field there at the hand of Blackjack. But of course, now Darkness going to be trying to also just inch their way into security, looking to see if they can sneak up behind a rock or a tree or some form of hard cover. At least they also have a vehicle on their side of the map there. The utilities are going to continue to fly on through. The trade-offs coming in. Oh, Moment getting picked up as well. Zane getting picked up soon. It is now up to Reverb. Whiskey, the last remaining hopeful for the side here of Darkness, and still G3 riding pretty strong on all 3 players up. As you can see, Six now rushing over on towards Nacho. Whiskey, the last one left for Darkness. Six got looking to push on forward. Reverb right there on the edge. This is looking like an absolutely amazing run for G3. But up comes Reverb, getting ready to make a play. Spots out Nacho, picks him up. Six got super low on their health. Up comes the confirmation. Come on. It is now up to Flacco to try and push through. Six God managing to quickly restore a little bit of that way forward once again. Up against Whiskey from the side there of Darkness as Blackjack get traded off. Will Whiskey be able to survive the push? It is going to be a 1v2. G3 already sitting on 13 eliminations under their belt. Darkness sitting on 13. Both these popping off, going absolutely insane so far in this match. Pretty sure Whiskey has spotted it out. Here we go. Flacco spots the movement, and with that, the confirmation is locked in. G3 picking up a back-to-back chicken dinner. Absolutely insanity here is.
Oh, I was counting the time. I honestly thought, Six God jumping up there, spotting out the last remaining hopeful there from Darkness. And Darkness, they picked it up. I asked for it. I said, look, not too bad of a performance. They were sitting in 12 players. Yeah, not too bad, not too great. But now, coming through with a second place on Erangel, and I think it was 11, maybe 12 eliminations there towards the end. That's an absolutely huge performance for them to take through, because that's just going to honestly help them jump. Not even just, climb. They're going to jump up those rankings, which is exactly what they need to do, adding that buffer zone. And G3 Temper, is that a second winner?
Yeah.
Just coming through.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, back-to-back chicken dinners on the side there of G3. I mean, whatever happened in the G3 camp since yesterday, it's beautiful to see, right? They are just popping off. They have their whole synergy kind of dialed in, and they are just surprisingly effective coming into the matches here today. So quite excited to see what they'll have in store for us for the remainder of the day, as well as the rest of the Super Weekend. But you got to say, though, I mean, the teams are going pretty heavy on the aggression, right? We saw those elimination counts just skyrocketing. Teams just going to town, bringing in hit after hit after hit. And that's what we want to see is, like, if we look at yesterday's matches, that fails in comparison to what we are seeing on the battlefield here today.
Look, I think that is an absolutely perfect, analogy that we're taking a look at. We're talking about the teams turning it up. We're talking about the teams dialing it in and getting closer and closer to what we think is peak performance. But they have so much more room to grow. They have so much more room to improve, because they're forcing each other to do so. Again, I love the concept that, as good as one team may be, they're not going to be the end all and be all, because everyone else is continuously trying to get not only to their level, but one notch up, and continuously try and do that. And it's just that ripple effect. It's beautiful. And we can see that coming through now. G3 Temper, they didn't have a bad performance yesterday. Not at all. But now, all of a sudden, they're looking like the new Team Myth. The Team Myth that's sitting on those triple digits, and Temper trying to catch up.
Yeah. I mean, but that's the beauty of it, right? Because the teams have one of two options. Either they can let one particular team just absolutely dominate them, or they can try and do something about it, right? And that is what we're seeing. The teams are stepping up to that challenge. They are not accepting other teams dominating them. They say, you know what? We are all here, and we are all going to show you what it is that we've got. And it is resulting in some absolutely fantastic PUBG Mobile happening on the screens right here. And of course, we do have a few of those highlights of the past match coming up pretty soon as well. And it's going to be quite exciting to see those highlights happening. But I got to say is, I mean, like, I knew today was gonna step it up. I told you this last night after we ended the broadcast. I said, if you thought day one was something, wait for day two. But boy, was I wrong, because I think I kind of underestimated that. But of course, just to remind you as to how crazy this game was, here are a few of the highlights. I mean, what do we say to that? That was just absolutely insane, but so satisfying to watch. You know, we've been seeing the Africa scene steadily growing, steadily improving, but the level of change that we've seen come through now has been absolutely crazy stuff coming in across the board.
Absolutely, and I love to see it. I think it's such a good opportunity here for Africa, not only to have teams represented in such a beautiful competition, and a fantastic opportunity, to pick up a couple of those dollar bills, but also the experience that's going to be coming through from that back into the region. Now, G3 Temper, 14 eliminations, picking up there from that second Erangel, picking those 29 points. Darkness not too far behind. absolutely stepping it up with 23. And Blackjack Esports, who were just zone blessed time after time again on Erangel, picking up 19. But I'm loving the eliminations coming through. You know, Super Young Stars, they weren't too active in terms of, you know, picking up eliminations, but they had fantastic placement points coming through. Same can be said for Zero Tolerance, just, you know, showing us a little bit of that potential that we were talking about, as well as Team Unique. Team Myths, I mean, you guys have so much points now. It's okay.
But also, I mean, looking at the second page, we also see the players there from 1 million also looking to bring in that extra bit, right? I got to give it though to Slime4KT. They're consistently putting points on the board,
Yeah.
right? Not the craziest amount of points, but they're putting points on the board. At the end of the day, it's what matters. You have to keep on bringing in those points. But speaking about that, I also have to commend then the players there from the side of YONKOUS. I mean, things have just been clicking here for them today, and I love to see that happen for the teams. And of course, now as we head into our overall standings, we can see Team Earth still retaining that pole position on 127 points. But of course, G3 really looking to stick it to them, all right? So already now on to 103 points. Just a few points ahead of the players coming in there from the side of Cryptics. That is a 17-point head start, rather, whatever you want to call it. They have a lead, yes, above the players there from Cryptics. But you see those chicken dinners really starting to work out quite favorably. Still waiting to see Masters bring in a chicken, but nothing wrong with the position they currently find themselves in. Definitely a worrying position is going to be the slot that we see the players there from Slime and Next Level, right? Come on, guys. We want to see you push it. We want to see you move up that leaderboard. But of course, 1 million, still putting in the efforts. Yes, not a crazy jump up the leaderboard, but they are putting in steady progress. But we want to see crazy things happen. And maybe we could see that coming in on the next map, which of course is going to be an absolutely crazy one. Of course, we know it is going to be a little bit of that Sanhok action once again. But speaking about action, we want to give a shout out there to Monster Energy, our official energy drinks partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And I'm quite excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing to the table once we move up into Sanhok. And of course, we'd love to hear what your opinion is. Let us know on social media. Head on over to Facebook and Instagram. Hit us up on the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages. Tell us who you think are going to be the teams to walk away victorious here today. And, well, maybe you could be 100% on point, but we'll have to wait to see what it is that you say. But on that note, we are going to be hopping into a quick break, and while we get ready for a little bit of that Sanhok action. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards. Hi, Potato. Great to see you again. Please introduce yourself. Now, what would you say is your number one tip for a beginner?
Number one tip for a beginner?
Hi, how are you doing today?
Feeling good, and you?
That's great. Listen, please introduce yourself and your team.
My name is Tom, undefeated overseas, and my team name is Slime4KT, the winner of first PMCO in Africa.
Well, there we go. Pretty big title to be holding up there. And now, first off, I want to ask you, how are you feeling right now, just before the event starts?
I'm gonna say I'm feeling confident, you know, like excited as well, like because this is the first time we're having like a PMPO in Africa, So I'm really very excited for the event.
Well, I'm also quite excited to see what the event's going to bring. Now, I want to ask you, have there been any changes to your team compared to the team you had last year?
Oh yeah, pretty much. We just recruited like 2 new members to our team, Zeus and Plaza.
Ooh, well, that sounds quite interesting. Now, what are your expectations of your team going into the upcoming PMPL season?
We're very much confident and we're very excited for the new PMPL, and we just want to show people our skills and try our best to win.
Oh, there we go. Nothing wrong with that. Now, I want to ask you a little bit of a tricky question, right? What is your ultimate goal or ambition?
My goal is to reach PMGC and try to, qualify for the finals. That's my main goal.
Oh, well, setting the bar relatively high on that one. Now, what kind of preparations did you guys go through before coming to the PMPL?
We've been playing a lot of scrims, classics, and TDMs against each other, and we've been trying our best to improve ourselves individually, and yeah, we're pretty much just training every day.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. This course is our second day of the very first Super Weekend. And before we go anywhere, I want to give a big shout out there to Oppo for their Reno 6 series. So upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphone mobile middle Africa Esports in 2022. Now, the first few matches were absolutely on. Saw the players there from G3 coming in. Yet another winner chicken dinner. But now, as we're getting ready to move over into a little bit of that Sanhok action, this is where the teams could get another beautiful opportunity to rake in a few more points and maybe stop G3 from getting another chicken dinner.
Yeah, we might not be seeing as top-heavy of a scoreboard in terms of those, eliminations coming through. Plenty of opportunity, ample opportunity for teams to get involved with those third parties and start picking each other away. And I also just like the change-up of Sanhok because we don't see Sanhok we didn't see Sanhok in the previous week of league play, so we only really saw them for the first time on Sanhok last night, and so this is going to be the Sanhok second one that we get to watch and just experience, because I think there's going to be plenty of changes coming through because it was chaotic. I mean, if you thought the nades on Erangel were pretty impressive, wait till you saw what happened on Sanhok. So I'm going to be very curious to see where masters are dropping and how many nades they're going to be picking up into this one.
Ooh, yeah, especially when especially when Bamboo and Sin. Yeah. Those guys are just absolutely insane when it comes on through. It does, however, seem like we are not having the players from next level here. Not quite sure what's happening. My Arabic is not really on point, unfortunately. But either way, we have the rest of the team starting to make their way on down. We can see that flight path, of course, from Camp Bravo right down across towards Nakam. So as we know, flight path not too important here, but what is important going to be that lovely zone sitting all the way over on towards that northwestern side, that whole eastern island. Well, I said northeastern island, there we go. But yeah, that whole eastern island pretty much being in play, aside from points down all the way as we can see towards docks. But we do have Kampong, we've got Cave, and everything up from there pretty much in play. But what's going to be an interesting point though is going to be over towards Painan, because we can see G3, 6 guard right there alongside Darkness. And then also just a little bit further away over in towards the Ruins as well as Tambang. We've got RTG Esports as well as the players there from Unique.
Yeah, this could be a little bit of a fun one. Maybe starting it off quite strongly. Of course, G3 Temper not too far off. They are a little bit split up, so we'll see where they're really going to be regrouping. It's surprising for me to not see Slime4KT in bootcamp, but instead we're looking at 1 million esports. So we'll be seeing how that's going to turn out for them. Maybe just trying to drop a little bit of an alternative path and give the rest of the teams a bit of a surprise. And of course, Sanhok, we know, much smaller map to work with. So rotations are a lot faster than what we generally are used to with regards to Erangel and especially Miramar, of course. So we'll see how these are going to be turning around. I think also many of the teams, I mean, with the rotations that they are going to be taking through, we saw that happen, yesterday, where just shoulder-to-shoulder rotations mean a whole different ball game on Sanhok.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with rubbing a little bit of shoulders, but you got to be very careful as to who you are rubbing shoulders with, because that can go horribly wrong really quickly. But at least we do have a relatively decent spread coming in from a lot of the teams, right? I mean, if we look to the players from Cryptics, we have all the way up in towards the north, towards Kal and Tatmok. It's going to be a very comfortable start there for them. But if we look over on towards the Ruins, well, triple to ruin the hopes and dreams of Team Unique in the early game right here on Sanhok.
Early game starting us off with an absolute bang. I love to see it. So Chills having a little bit of chills that he's not very happy for at the moment. When RTG Esports, of course, now they want some revenge. They've had some unfortunate times today where they've been getting third-partied into absolute kingdom come. So now it's their opportunity to start us off with. And thought the absolute survivor team, RTG Esports, will be rushing on through, looking for that confirmation from it, is there to help out. And Scap now all of a sudden has to just let go of that res coming through. Oh, okay. A lot of damage being just pelted, really, on both sides.
Yeah, but that is what we love to see. I mean, Triple Esports laying it on pretty thick. I mean, we saw Thor really managing to survive up until those later stages in the previous matches, but now they're trying to get right down to business relatively early on, right? Just rushing forward, trying to get everything done and dusted. And poor old Unique, right? They've been reduced down to only one. It's going to be Winky hopping on the motorbike, trying to rotate away up in towards safety. And at least for the time being, that more southern approach in towards the zone could be a little bit more on the comfortable side, right? It's so good because we've got Darkness, we've got the players here from the Masters, as well as YONKOUS just lying in wait a little bit further up ahead. Not to forget about the players there from Myths, also positioned down on towards that southern side.
Yeah, speed is key when running away from Triple Esports on Sanhok, apparently, which I love to see. They're bringing a whole new sort of energy into this one. So once again, nice little change-ups coming from these teams and small adjustments that are really going to be leading them to some potential fantastic points as they pick it up. Triple Esports already, as you can see on that feed, the first team to pick up eliminations and the first team to really put their best foot forward into Sanhok. Now, Camp Bravo, Mongnai, still pretty empty at the moment. We really got a lot of contention there towards that western side, and for some of the teams like Masters Esports, Ban in particular, a little bit lonely. The rest of his team is there towards Camp Charlie, taking a little bit of a stroll, so we'll see how that's going to turn out. Again, quick rotations. Yeah, we love the quick rotations. YONKOUS, though, very close to potentially get involved. Team Umbra as well, DK. I feel like they're so close to zero tolerance. I think it would be a fantastic start for them to maybe get this team wipe, start themselves off early, get the position to themselves, and then just ride it on through.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a good play for them, but it all comes down to how they kind of use the situation they have. I mean, Bun, yes, it is the spawn location for everyone when they're waiting to see what the flight path is going to bring, but looking at where Umbra is, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. I mean, Vortex really tempting fate, being in the ball with the players there from Umbra, having such good lines of sight down into the ball. Fortunately, the rest of the team is positioned elsewhere, just a little bit further away. So there's a good amount of coverage coming in. See, Shadow has been spotted out, but they can't ride on that one too much, right? They definitely have to try and get Vortex kind of out of that position. Speaking about getting out of positions, the players here from G3 are going to be looking to get themselves away from that boot camp kind of drop and just rotate up a little bit further. Of course, they have been spotted out by the side. They have 1 million, but the trigger discipline is coming through now. 1 million, they don't want to give up their position just yet.
I don't blame them. I mean, a beautiful position for them to really hold the line in terms of the rotations coming through, and they need a little bit more information. As we know, Sanhok, so tiny. You start a fight off, and guess what? All that you're really doing is you're letting everyone else know in the area that they should come join the party. Invitations are sent out. Maybe they're going to be bringing a little bit of their own drinks coming through, maybe some snacks, but ultimately it's not a party, I think, that you want to be the host of. So with the teams now making the rotations through, we still got Team Myths outside in the zone. We've got Triple Esports still having to make their own rotations, but fairly clustered, especially when you look at that central part of the zone. Again, northeast apparently doesn't exist to the rest of the team, which is fine. But those rotations are going to mean that we might see those early fights really breaking out, and that's really where the chaos on Sanhok begins.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, let's be honest. Sanhok is chaos, right?
Oh yeah.
if you look it up in the dictionary,
it's right
next to it. Yeah, it's going to be Sanhok equals chaos. That is what we've come to expect now. But it all comes down to how much chaos these teams are allowing to come in their direction, rather. Okay, so we do see a lot of relatively interesting positions being occupied by a lot of these teams, right? Super Young Stars up in towards Paradise. We do have Cryptics just up north of them, but again, not a full-on push coming in from the side here of Cryptics, right? They're trying to get a bit of a lay of the land, trying to figure out which way best to kind of try and approach it. And of course, the players here from Slime 4KT, we see them up towards the northern bridge, just on the edge of zone nearly, and still having to try and find a good position to move into next up. This is the match in which I want to see that performance come through from Slime 4KT. Looking forward for the whole day so far, right? Slime 4KT, they deserve to be a little bit higher up, but how much further are they going pushing themselves up that leaderboard? Because unfortunately, the only way they can accomplish that is by doing it themselves.
Oh yeah, And it's by steamrolling through as many teams as they possibly can, because we know those elimination points are absolutely crucial and absolutely tasty, especially on super weekends, because it gets you that much closer to that winner chicken dinner, which means an extra $500 worth of spice right on top, which we love to see. Team Myth, of course, they're riding an absolute high. They have so many in their back pocket that they're just willing to see, okay, what can we do? Maybe let's see how much we can really push the envelope here, which, of course, no team would be upset about that, and that's zone rotation now. I don't know. Lusail, Triple Esports, Myth. Could be a fun one for them to try and get into this one.
Yeah, it could be quite a bit of a fun one, right? So there's a lot of fun still to come, but it's quite interesting to see the entirety there of Camp Bravo. And in fact, that whole northeastern region of the
Still.
map, yeah, being completely vacant. So a lot of the teams starting to just kind of jam and cram themselves in on towards this western side. But hopefully we could see a few of those rotations advancing a little bit further through, moving over on towards that more eastern side, as it is open from Camp Bravo pretty much down towards Lakawi. So a lot of rotational options on that end. But of course the teams, they don't have this information. So they're just going to have to make some guesstimations, I guess.
Yeah, guesstimations. We love them. You know, that's pretty much what we do on a day-to-day basis. But looking at Lusail now, making the rotations through. Slime for KT as well, just shoulder to shoulder there to 1 million. And as we know, you know, some contentions have been running high. They might be looking for a bit of revenge. But I do say, I really kind of love the position that we do find, you know, Blackjack Esports. They're just alongside that eastern side, might be moving up a little bit more north, finding some of those positions that are really just not contested right now. An opportunity for them to once again get in as much players as they possibly can. And lo and behold, the solo, which is Winky, is going to be found. As I say that, I was going to say, oh, you know, coming through from the southern side, it's all sneaky beaky like. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything.
But nothing wrong with that. But of course, loving to see those rotations coming through on towards that eastern side. And we see MG pushing a little bit further up to closer towards that Lakawi side, being a little bit cautious in the approach. But as we know, it is right. They can rotate up securely, at least for as we look a little bit further up on towards that northwestern side. Slightly starting to make their way around. Of course, we have the players there from 1 million just up ahead of them, with the addition of the super young stars also now disengaging from Paradise and starting to head a little bit further down south. But I'm curious to see how far south the super young stars are going to be trying to move, because G3 is currently positioned up on the hill just ahead of them. But for the time being, it is still going to be between 1 million and Slime 4KT, and we're looking to see whether 4KT are going to be looking to get a bit aggressive, or will 1 million look to capitalize on the position they have on the high ground.
Yeah, this Sanhok feels a little bit more calculated to me than what we saw yesterday. You know, yesterday we just had fights breaking out left, right, and center all the way. You know, I feel like from the first zone, basically, we had hot drops starting us off with. And this time around, other than Team Unique, it's fairly calm, if I can even go as far as saying that. Again, 1 million, Slime 4KT, potentially. And, I mean, hey, look at YONKOUS and Blackjack Esports now. Everyone's starting to spot each other out, get that information in the bag, and then wait to execute on it. Because, as we know, that zone shift might throw a spanner in the works for many of these teams. You know, as you said, there's plenty of space that's still up for grabs. But there's also a lot of opportunities for these cluster fights to really start.
Yeah, cluster fights, that is something that is always... sometimes inevitable on a map as tiny as Sanhok. But for the time being, the teams are showing a lot of trigger discipline. I mean, Blackjack not really getting into an unnecessary yet. Well, the Yonkers, we can't really say the same for them, but look at this. Blackjack now just creeping their way forward, looking to see if they can bring in a little bit of that surprise performance. And a beautiful 2-2 split now coming in, as we can see. Also just inching his way a little bit further up the hill, trying to send those utilities all the way across. But Havlik also just now falling back, trying to get out of reach of those grenades. And I mean, with Zayn and Lelouch on the front line here, this could spell quite a bit of trouble now for the side of Yonkers.
Absolutely. Zayn especially, I think they've taken a page out of Master's playbook here. The nades are really starting to apply some pressure here onto Yonkers. And here, running out in the open, NN7, what are you doing? Blackjack Esports are on your front line, and they're looking to take you out as soon as absolutely possible. Now Yonkers, unfortunately, down to a duo, and the duo is a little bit in the open here. Havlik, of course, down to a sliver of HP. HP, and here comes some more nades. You know, Lelouch just happy, so generous with the utility here. That medkit just popping off in the nick of time, and I don't know how this is happening, but a lot of damage being dealt through. Zero tolerance going out. Hello?
Yeah, it is going to keep on happening. But of course, YONKOUS and Blackjack now having to just reset a little bit. But I'm loving the fact here that Lelouch is able still to try and apply the pressure here. Up comes Lewis now, quickly trying to sneak up the edge. But I mean, YONKOUS, they're still in it. They're not down for the count just yet. They are, however, sat with a player that is about to get potentially confirmed up. But let's see now whether or not the players here from YONKOUS are going to be looking to put up a bit of a fight. I mean, we have Lewis and NN7 there just on the opposite end. But it does seem like Blackjack are rather looking to reposition instead of overcommitting themselves, because they don't know 100% the whereabouts of the players there on the side of YONKOUS. So I do think that is a good decision to be making. But now, as we move on a little bit further on, you see the players here from RTG Esports actually looking to put quite a bit of pressure now on Lusail. Lusail is yet to rotate up in towards the zone. We do have that blue zone also making its way on in, but Master now trying to pick up any potential hits they can find.
Oh, RTG Esports just absolutely containing and gatekeeping Lusail from getting anywhere close into safety. Of course, they have to go down the hill. Down the hill means going straight into RTG Esports. If they were to turn a little bit more to the side, they go into Masters Esports. They turn to the other side. Darkness is lying in wait. So a very uncomfortable position for them to be in here. And of course, that zone just adding a little bit of that extra pressure. 3 layers deep means it's starting to tick away. You can see the HPs are just dropping in that red. Not too fast, so they still have a little bit of time and a little bit of space to work with, especially since they are on this part of the zone, right? It's not moving in as sort of aggressively as that northern side. So we'll see how they can maybe just slink their way in them, potentially, I would say, towards Quarry. But obviously, they don't have the information we do.
Yeah, and again, looking at the positions we have here, YONKOUS, depending on where this next phase go, they could maybe try and just maybe inch up into another compound, but I do think this next zone is going to be the deciding factor to that. And of course, there's only a few options now left within this next phase, and with having the players there from Cryptics positioned over on towards that eastern side now starting to move in, things are going to get pretty tough. But we have also now the players from Umbra, we've got Slime4KT, we've got 1 Million, we've got G3, we've got the players from Darkness, we've got the Super Young Stars, we've got the Masters, we've got Lusail. Everyone still having to now rotate back up into the zone. The only team having a good position currently is the side of Myth, and they are positioned right there on the edge of Quarry.
Oh, they're just loving it, hey? They are just absolutely loving it. Everything seeming to go their way for the time being. Of course, Cryptics now pulling up alongside YONKOUS here. And, I mean, this contention could lead them into a third party there from Blackjack Esports, as we can see just on that high-rise. But, of course, Cryptics, they have an easier way into the zone. They've got the cars, they've got the rotations to get in, and I think they might just be prioritizing getting a beautiful position alongside Myth in that zone and getting themselves set up. Of course, still many contentions having to happen, and this is the beauty of Sanhok. We said we love chaos. We do, and Sanhok is the perfect map to allow that. DK, it's just parties left, right, and center that will be lying in wait for these teams. You can see RTG Esports Lusail, they're starting us off here.
Yeah, but I'm a little bit worried about Lusail's position. They are still just on the edges of blue zone, only now kind of removing themselves from the blue. But up comes G3, having to try and reposition closer towards that zone. A lot of pressure now coming down as Darkness are also just adding to the pressure in this region. But look at this, the angles now looking to come on through. Myth also just trying to capitalize on their own lineup that they have there, but Nacho trying to wrap around as much as they can. With E-Flex now getting confirmed up as Tornado gets in with a beautiful long-range spray down. But look at this, Buden. The tree is only good cover on one angle, as Movin now quickly reminds them of the approach. But I mean, G3, it's a little bit of a turn of events coming through, or the tables here, as they had such a strong performance on Erangel and Miramar. But I mean, over on Sanhok, things are looking a little bit tough, but that is kind of the spread across the board. Everyone having a really tough time on Sanhok.
I do love the drive coming through from the solo there of Super Young Stars, managing to find one there onto the side of Darkness, applying that extra bit of pressure right from the flanking position here. And of course, the rest of the team still making their way into that zone. Myth just having a good old time relaxing and picking apart Slime 4KT while they're at it, because why not? There's the confirmation coming through, and we're officially in placement point region. Now the teams going out from this point on will at least have a couple of placements to add, but of course they want so much more, and why not? We want to get closer and closer to that winner chicken dinner. Again, Darko just absolutely a menace in the side of Darkness here, because they're picking them up but they're slinking away, picking them up, slinking away. 1 million. Oh no. Oh
No, they're fine.
Ooh.
They're fine for now. I mean, that Molly not reaching all the way across just yet, but it is not the same for the side there of YONKOUS, as they now have to pack their bags, walking away with that one Elam. But up comes Darkness, looking to clear up their side of the zone. Oh, come on. It is going to be a dangerous dance around the rock here. 1 million still riding on 2. Knight now getting picked up. It is all down to Black last, but will this be a last effort for 1 million? Now we're going to find out relatively soon, as a beautiful spray down comes through, but the blue zone is going to come in and of course end there for the side of 1 million. At least they walk away with those 4 elimination points alongside the placement points they were able to bring in, but things are looking pretty tough as the teams continue now to push further and further towards the zone. Umbra, Cryptics side by side over on the eastern edge. Oh, see those knocks now finding their way up onto the Cryptics, but Umbra putting up such an aggressive play here.
We have 5 teams on solos, DK. There's 5 teams with only one player just representing them now in this top 9, as we do see, unfortunately, Blackjack Esports going out and here start the solos to drop it to the floor. Of course, Team Umbra looking to take out Cryptics here. Beautiful spray coming through from Morteza. Hello, but you need to avoid those nades, my friend. Senke, of course, being an absolute dominating force here for Cryptics, and Umbra not feeling too good about it. The reses are coming through, and Cryptics still feeling the pressure.
But of course, the players here from Umbra not going to be backing off anytime soon. They're going to be looking to clear it up all the way through. 10K trying to find a good angle to make this play from. It is going to be quite a bit of a challenge to the rest of the team. Getting picked up left, right, and center. Lazy Boy now the last one left, but Senke sends a beautiful one through. Shadowin also advancing forward. It is going to be Shadowin up against Senke. Beautiful showdown for a position up on towards this edge of zone. The molly's coming through. Senke now being forced forward. Shadowin steps up, finds a little bit of a strafe play, but is he going to get it? Yes, he does. Shadowin picks up the confirmation on towards Senke, and with that, the Cryptics make their way back in towards the lobby. 5 teams remain, and it is still a pretty tough one. Masters, of course, having their solo left. We can see Masters, Triple Esports rather, their Master out in the blue. Players here from the Masters themselves looking to push forward, but they're going up against Lusail Wanted. Now getting caught up by that blue zone. They have to start healing, and this is the 6th phase blue. It is absolutely devastating, and look at that. Just getting ripped to absolute shreds at the hand of the players all across this lobby. But look at this. Myth now looking to rake in some more points.
It's a 4v2 as only one solo from Lusail, one solo from Triple are alive, and Triple are going to be out for the count thanks to the blue zone. So Wanted, I'm sorry for the pun. You are wanted right now, and not in the best way. So that medkit going to be popping off, but Miss, they have a beautiful line of sight here, and all that Lusail really can survive on is that heal off strat. Nothing else to do. There's nothing. This is a team Myth absolute domination coming through. I mean, really, DK, they have so many points. They have so many points, but they are picking up well, yeah, no, confirmed. They pick up their 4th winner chicken dinner. There it is. Done. Dusted. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, it was a bit insane, as you said there, but Myths going absolutely crazy, bringing in yet another devastating performance, and, you know, they are just really out here farming those winner chicken dinners, just adding even more to the scoreboard. Absolutely fantastic performance coming through from them. I mean, quite a bit of a challenge being presented on the map here of Sanhok, but it was no surprise really, and the teams just keeping up the pressure. I mean, we did see Umbra putting up an absolutely fantastic fight against the players there from Cryptics, and with Senke getting picked up right there at the very end. I mean, it is beautiful PUBG. What more could we ask for? The teams are just delivering all over the place, and, you know, we saw some really dominating performances coming through from league play, but, you know, Super Weekend this is an entirely different storyline. You know, we've said it before, like, league play is no indication of what we could have been expecting to see from these players. Even the performances we had yesterday on the first day of Super Weekend, also not really being indicative of what we are seeing here today.
Yeah, I realized where my brain went with that. It was like insane, but Sanhok put together. You know, that's why we're coming up with insane. I don't know. We've got Zunes. What did you say? Zunes as well today. So it's a fun time. Either way, DK, that is the fourth map of the second day of Super Weekend. Done, dusted, and Team Myth picking up their fourth winner chicken dinner. These numbers are absolutely insane. And trust me, look, I'm not great at math, but I can do the math right now. Team Myth on an absolute tear.
Yeah, they are just on a way performance, and we gotta love it, right? This is absolutely fantastic stuff, and of course, they are feeling pretty happy because not only are they looking good in the points department, but also they have an extra little bit of cash getting added into the bank, and we also have to have a bit of a look to see what those replays are going to be looking like as the teams have just upped the gameplay once again on Sanhok with a few surprising performances. We were waiting to see teams that are in need of points stepping up, bringing it in. But of course, Myths, right? There's nothing wrong with adding even more chicken dinners to the repertoire that they have already.
They've got $2,000 just in winner chicken dinners from this weekend, from these 2 days, from these absolutely insane 9 games that they've played. They have $2,000 that they're adding to their prize winnings. And of course, I mean, the points that they're picking up, they were already the first team to pick up triple digits. They're already, I think they were sitting at 127, 122, roundabout there after a game like that. I mean, who's going to be catching Team Myth?
Well, it is absolutely insane. Let's hop into those highlights to see exactly what went down in this match.
ولكن المهمة صعبة جدا. ويسكي ينتظر الكومباك. ويسكي ينتظر الباك اب، عفوا ينتظر المساعدة. ويسكي امام بلاك.
Just crazy stuff to watch. I mean, yesterday we were talking about teams having to push the envelope, really bringing things to the next level. And I mean, today they've taken that concept and they've just exploded it, right? They've just been exploding on
and they are now finding themselves up so much higher. We said not just climbing those rankings, but making massive, massive leaps.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a rocket strapped to their boots on this one, right? That's insane. I mean, 4 chickens, bringing it in on the first Super Weekend, that is setting the bar exceptionally high for any other teams looking to challenge them and potentially beat them out. And there is one team that we see that is also pretty consistent in that, and that, of course, is the players there from G3 Temper. They've been pretty consistent with their performances across the board, bringing in those 2 chicken dinners so far. So I guess to see who else is going to be looking that up and, bank a chicken along the way. But before we get any course, we have to thank Nomo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. Now, the teams, they keep on surprising us, and this is what we love to see. And of course, we are prepping ourselves to move into our final match of the day over on towards Erangel. So be sure to let us know on social media what your guys' thoughts are. Do you think we're going to see another crazy performance coming through from the side there of Myth? Any other team potentially be stepping up? Of course, let us know on Facebook and Instagram. Head on over to the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages and tell us what your thoughts are. And on that, we are going to be hopping into a quick break. So we'll see you guys right back in a short few moments. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. This is going to be our final match on the day of the first Super Weekend. Now, we are in for quite a bit of a ride. We've been seeing teams step it up left, right, and center, with Team Myth raking in their fourth winner chicken dinner in the Super Weekend in just the last Sanhok map. So absolutely insane things happening right here on the battlefield. And of course, this time around, we are going to be making our way heading over on towards Erangel for one more final show. But before we get anywhere, of course, we have to give a big shout out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022. And thank you so much to my lovely co-host there for pointing out the products on screen.
You think I'd
We
be
need to
used
get you
it.
one of those bells, or like a light or something, you know, so
Foam
you can
finger,
go like
so I could just like
all that.
Yeah.
But of course, now I do think that there's going to be a lot of foam finger pointing happening in this final match, right? Of course, we know it is going to be the one in which we see who's going to be the team to grab the final chicken, at least for today. And we're going to be heading right over on towards our flight path, as it's looking quite interesting this time around. As we can see, it is down
Wow.
on towards that southern side, the lovely Sosnovka Island down below there. But the southern flight path, so I'm hoping the zone kind of complements that on the one side, and on the other side, I honestly hope that the zone doesn't.
Yeah, look, we would love a little bit of chaos here towards the last map of the second day of Super Weekend. I mean, why not throw a wrench into the works and really have these teams show us some fantastic chaos alongside it. But I think what also is quite interesting is, like you were mentioning, we've had a wrangle with a lot of southern zones. We've also had a few surprising zones finally today. I mean, the zone really has been a thorn in some of the players' sides. Those play zones, yeah, I would love to have some stats about how many players are dropping to those play zones. But either way, I think some fantastic adjustments that these teams have been making today. I mean, we were talking about that respect, you know, that early game respect that all the players are giving each other, getting that looting done. And we saw that on Sanhok. I mean, a map that yesterday we had start off with a bang and it just never stopped. It was relatively calculated. It was relatively, I guess, respectful, at least in the beginning phases. So we'll see how this one's going to turn out. Ooh, hello. Hello.
Yay. There we go. I mean, so we've had a southern zone today. We've had an eastern zone today. And of course, we end off the day with a lovely, lovely, devastating northwestern zone, with a big chunk of the zone being water, right? And it is also Everest, as well as Chopsticks being in play. We've got North George, Shooting Range, Zaki in play. So definitely some points that we don't see all too often. But also we have Gatka right there in an almost center zone, but it's, you know, well, everyone can see exactly where that is. But I'm curious to see what positions these teams are going to start to try and take up now. But I am, however, expecting a lot of those northern rotations to come through, particularly from teams like Slime 4KT, Darkness, G3, as well as the players there from 1 million, and even the the 4 squads we've got down on that Sosnovka Island. That is Unique, Lusail, the Masters, as well as Blackjack.
Yeah, look, what's even funny is basically the top 3 rows of map has just not been touched yet. You know, those rotations are going to come through now, but because of that flight path that we had, it's just, it's cars, and cars. Let's test those driving skills. But yeah, I also saw that military island, you know, investment coming through for some of these teams. A very interesting one indeed. Oh, let's see, zero tolerance. Okay, no, we're not going to see anything crazy just yet. But definitely some information being thrown around. Wow, this is going to be a fun one, DK, because immediately a lot of these teams, they can't really invest into looting because of that flight path. Have to take those rotations, so they take a little bit of that risk, right? Because like we just saw with YONKOUS and Zero Tolerance, maybe you're going to be running past a team that's already set up and very happy to take you out of your car.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that are smiling currently, and of course, I mean, come on, Izura just goes flying, as one does when you find a beautiful jump coming in. But I think these more southern positions are going to be quite important for the teams to try and rotate from as early as they possibly can, because they've got quite a bit of ground to cover. And, you know, I'm not quite sure whether or not we are going to be seeing a lot of teams potentially rotating up on towards that western bridge. But definitely, if they choose to go the eastern route, it does seem we are anticipating a few teams dropping down, because I do think the flight path kind of gave a good hint as to a few teams moving down on towards that sort of. And I mean, we were talking about the rotations. We do see the team there from Darkness actually taking a really long rotation all the way up on towards Severny. So they are currently the most northern team, and looking at what they've got to work with, completely uncontested. No one else really venturing up as far up north as they have. So it's going to be a relatively comfortable start there for them. Meanwhile, down in towards the military base, it's also quite quiet. You know, we have the players there from the Masters rotating along that southern end, but nothing really happening on that front. You know, the teams are not going to be going to try and push anything unnecessarily. They could, however, be heading towards that western bridge, and I'm curious to see what Unique is going to be doing. But I mean, up north, even Slime 4KT, comfortable looting spot right here up into towards Yasnaya, and this could be a very comfortable rotational path for them heading back into zone. They've got that bridge just over on towards the western side, which they could be rotating across, and it is open, at least for now.
Yeah, so a lot of opportunities. Again, you were saying, you know, it would be interesting to see what Team Unique is going to do with that Western Bridge, and even G3 Temper. I don't know how long they're going to really invest their time there in towards Milta, holding that right side, eastern side's bridge. But I don't know. The rotations from that military island are definitely going to be a point of conversation later on. I do see YONKOUS and Team Umbra very close to each other, you know, rubbing shoulders, as we'd like to say, but nothing too invested coming through just yet. And Slime, 1 million. Actually, nice little rotation coming through just around Slime 4KT, maybe just towards the southern side there, sorry, of Darkness. You know, just linking on through there. So we'll see how that rotation is going to come through. But again, Darkness, like you said, that entire northern side, it's theirs. You know, they could even go all the way to Zaki, maybe Shooting Range, have a little bit of a tour of the northern side of the island, and just have a peaceful time.
I mean, I do think when we have a crazy zone like this, I think then we can call it a zone, because it's something. Yes, because it's something we don't see all too often. So I think maybe that could be a fitting name for it. But
okay.
I mean, speaking about fitting, the players here from RTG Esports are going to be looking to potentially fit themselves a little bit closer on towards that Gatka side, as the entirety of Everest is pretty open as well. I mean, Cryptics, they're relatively close, but they haven't invested into moving up onto the high ground. I do think we're going to be seeing a lot more of those dynamic rotations coming through once the zone actually pops, right? Because for the time being, we do have all those lengthy rotations coming through, teams heading up north, but it does seem like 1 million is also venturing over on towards Severny.
Oh, yes. Look, I thought they might. Obviously, they don't have the information we do, so they don't know that they should be trying to, you know, slink on towards the more southern side of Severny. Does look like they got a little bit of that information because an immediate turn coming through, but they might still be finding themselves right next to Tornado. And look at this, of course, Lusail, Masters Esports, like we were talking about, that military island rotation now has to come through, and Team Unique still on the other end of the bridge. Still potential for them to get involved as well. But Bamboo, as we know, just holding information, Trigger Discipline coming through because they don't necessarily want to tell Lusail, hey, you know, just wait on the other side for the bridge, you know, wait for us to come through and just, you know, throw a couple of bullets our way. They don't want them to know.
Yeah, true. But of course, Blackjack is also on the way, right?
Oof.
They are about to come in right behind the players here from Lusail. So the Moss could maybe find themselves in a bit of a favorable setup here, but they got to act really quickly. As we can see, Blue Zone is on it. I do think this could maybe be turning in favor of the players there from the side of Unique, as they've set themselves up just on the inside of zone. But unfortunately, the position that they are in, they can't really see all the way across. However, Blackjack can of course see all the way back towards the players there from the Masters, just putting in a few suppressive shots so that they can allow themselves to rotate across. But it does seem like Lusail is setting it up. But meanwhile, further out in the zone, we do have YONKOUS and Zero Tolerance now out, as Skydo sends in a beautiful nade followed up with a quick follow through with those shots. But this is going to be an important play, especially for Lewis there from the side of YONKOUS. So we can see now already starting to apply a little bit of pressure on towards Zero Tolerance. But this is where YONKOUS could actually come in with a little bit of a pincer potential play here, you know, like corner Zero Tolerance and just, you know, kind of force them into submission.
Absolutely, and they'd want to do it as fast as they possibly can as well. They obviously can't see that Team Umbra is pulling up right behind them. Now, of course, Lord here trying to find that that little pincer maneuver that Lewis is trying to apply. He wants to get rid of it, right? They do not want to worry about it, but also, unfortunately, in the nick of time, DK, I didn't even notice YONKOUS only down to Lewis. No pincer available. So sorry.
Yeah, and of course, if we look a little bit back down on towards that blue zone, we can see things are looking pretty on that bridge as the Blackjack, Lusail, and the Masters are fighting for possession currently. But the rest of the lobby, meanwhile, is going to be continue push on through. We have the players there from RTG Esports looking to advance up on towards the side of Everest. Meanwhile, the players here from Zero Tolerance just trying to clear it out. They don't know, as you said, that YONKOUS is only one player. Now, that is it. Lewis, the last remaining hopeful for the team.
Oh, snaking it through the grass, just hoping that Zero Tolerance is not going to get that information. Otherwise, that's it. There's no cover to work with. Oh, hates with the buggy. Hates with the buggy is going to spot out Lewis, so might be jumping out and putting an end there to... Are we doing... Okay, no, turn circles is not working out yet. What's happening? But YONKOUS is going to be confirmed and going out in 15th place. And as you mentioned, you know, that western side bridge coming through from the military island, absolutely pain. So much pain. It's not a good spot for anyone that is in that contention. Because, again, it doesn't matter how quickly you get those eliminations, you still have to make the rotations through, and you might still be finding yourself against Team Unique, who have moved themselves up further towards Gatka. Everest, though. Look at that. Team Myth and RTG Esports now?
Yeah, but of course, before we get on to that, you know, we got to move there, and now we can see it all. Triple just fully committing to the top there of Everest. We do see a few shots coming in from the side of Cryptics on towards the players here from the side of Myth. Fortunately for Myth, the shots are not connecting. You can see Thor also now just trying to peek down the rest of the mountain. Ramsey cooking up those nades, sending it over. Is it going to reach? Ooh, it could get pretty close. Up it comes. Oh, a little bit of damage coming into Master there. But Thor from Mart and the rest of the squad now also getting hit as those nades started finding their way across. Beautiful retaliation between both teams. I'm liking this long and distance engagement coming through. But they got to be careful because we have a few teams also now occupying the surrounding area. But let's see whether or not Triple Esports or Myth will be able to maintain control of Everest. Because at least for the time being, it is relatively safe within the zone. But it does seem like both sides are taking quite a bit of a beating here.
Absolutely, those nades from either side have really been making just an inching towards each other, right? Just a little bit of a tap, just a little bit of a break in the armor, break in the confidence, the break in the drive to try and make this approach. Either way, Cryptics was formerly involved in this contention as well. They were throwing a couple of pot shots as well. Super Young Stars just on the western side there could get involved as well. Team Unique just went past them as well. So many teams that you do not want to be finding yourself in the middle of. And finally, we do see Masters getting closer, but never mind. Let's talk about that later. Thor now, I mean, the surviving champion here for Triple Esports, not looking too healthy, unfortunately, as Maestro Master and Miramar all of a sudden need to make this happen, falling off of that angle now as they try and wrap around, because here comes the approach from Mitz. Look at that, Broly and Farouk right up close and personal here. Gonna have to get some nades prepped, and those nades, DK, oh, this could be the one. Oh.
Yep, it could definitely be, but not if they send it off in that direction. Moment almost getting knocked by his very own team nade there, but Triple Esports not going to be letting this one go by a fight. They are going to be looking to play quite a defensive play here. Of course, those grenades continuing to fly on through. Thor getting re-knocked, and now you see Maestro quickly trying to move in. This deployed, the pressure is on. Ramsey getting traded off. But here we go, Moment now coming rushing forward. Oh, just lasering through the smoke, picking up another knock, but it is not down just yet. Oh, Triple Esports holding their own. Farok now the last remaining hopeful for the side of Myth here. Let's see will Miramar be able to close this one up. Of course, Master coming in from atop the hill. Beautiful trade-off, back and forth. The shot is going to close it in. Come on, pushing, applying pressure. From Mart taking quite a few. The health bar not too fantastic, but up comes Farok trying to even out the scoreboard. No, trades it off, and oh, Master steps it up and seals the fate for the players there from Team Myth. They shall not their fifth chicken, well, at least not today. But the rest of the lobby will continue now to make their push further up in towards the zone. I mean, Unique taking up a really good position. We can see them now just trying to get a good hold on this comp, trying to see which way they can flex it, but I'm liking the position coming in from Darkness here as well, utilizing these compounds and making it quite challenging for the players here from Super Young Stars to really push up towards them.
Unfortunately, though, Atleno and Moment not here to help out the side of Whiskey and, of course, Tornado. And to Whiskey's not going to be finding a good opportunity here as we've got Super Young Stars pulling up right to try and get these confirmations. Tornado still alive in this one, trying to find something here to work with. Going to be vaulting in to try and find some safety, but it's not going to be enough. There comes the knock, and all of a sudden, T'Challa as well. We're going to be finding a little bit of a card knock there. So down to Cronboy and T'Challa now here for Super Young Stars. Atleno and Moment now pulling up to try and get the revenge here for their fallen teammates who are also down to a duo. So the duo from Super Young Stars, the duo from Darkness now, a very heavy investment from them for this fight. And of course, Team Unique and Cryptics are going to be hearing this. Super zero tolerance actually also just along the side of them. Oh, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, but I mean, speaking about Cryptics, they've got a very interesting position just up in towards there. So it's also quite a controlling angle for them to be holding. But we do see the players from G3 and Lusail also venturing a little bit closer towards each other on that southern edge. We now have a look over on towards the map. The Triple Esports are going to be ascending, or rather descending, from atop of Everest, looking for a position further up in towards the zone. Center zone currently occupied by the players there from Zero Tolerance, so they do still find themselves in a relatively good spot. Phase has now popped up, but Slime 4KT, they're still alive. They still got all four players up, but try and move into a good position. Again, not a lot of options with regards to compounds, not a lot of angles really still available within the zone. And I mean, two teams knowing how essential that is, of course, is G3 and Lusail. We can see them now fighting it out just north of the ruins.
north of the ruins and just south of the zone that Cryptics is currently having control of. So as soon as they finish this is going to be a fun little swim for them to try and get onto that the top part there, just to the below there of shooting range. The only part really that they can go in terms of the zone. Blackjack Esports still alive into this one, also making a little bit of rotation there towards the eastern side of the bridge. And here we go. Cryptics, as I was saying, going to be spotting up. Going to be spotting up the side there of G3 Temper, who are trying desperately to quickly make their way past that bridge, get as close as possible to the zone, and obviously get as quickly as possible outside of the crosshairs there of Cryptics. Blackjack Esports not there, as I said it. Unfortunately, Lelouch being found out there, but I believe, you know, Team Umbra also making their rotation up very, very close to Cryptics.
Yeah, and of course, the players here from G3, they know the importance of this compound that we see Cryptics in, right? Box being quite an essential spot, but Triple comes flying down into the water, nearly delivering themselves on a silver platter there to the side of G3. And this could also be quite a good point now for the players from Cryptics to step up and start farming a few of those elims. But Unique, of course, are going to be looking to add their own few cents to the fight here, as we see the boats now getting flown out of the water. Triple trying to make a push across on towards the opposite coastline. But the pressure's still high. I mean, we got Lusail also not too far away, a little bit further down towards that southern side. As you can see, the players there from Cryptics now looking up in their direction, but also up north with Unique and the players here from Darkness still fighting it out right here on the ridge line. But up comes Atleno, cooks up an 8, sends it over, doesn't really find the point. Unique pushing forward. This is what we want to see. But Darkness now down to only Moment. Quite sure whether or not Moment is going to choose to fight or potentially reposition. It does seem like that reposition is going to be the call here. Can't fault that whatsoever. But of course, the players there from the Super Young Stars still holding that position and that rotation just in the nick of time for Moment. But he's got to be careful because Slime 4KT, they also now moving in right up towards where he is rotating to.
Oh, and he's just running right past them. We'll see if he's going to be able to survive that one. But a beautiful little bit of a zigzag coming through from Team Unique. They have to be careful, though. The duo from Super Young Stars very happy to get involved in this one. And, of course, Lusail in the kill feed as well, alongside G3, alongside Triple, Team Umbra as well. Everyone lighting up that feed right now as they try to get themselves some eliminations and give themselves some space in the zone. As you can see, it's about to close up, and we're going to see who's going to be the next team to be zone blessed potentially, because a lot of fantastic position, only really just that sort of western central side that's not really taken up, but still plenty of opportunities for team to make rotations into 1 billion as well, pulling up right behind Zero Tolerance and Slime 4KT alongside Team Masters here. And
Ooh, yes, indeed. I mean, this could be the kind of shift that 4KT was waiting for. But look at Unique starting to push even further forward now, rushing right down onto the players there from the Super Young Stars. And now it's all down to whether or not they can hold their own. Chala getting picked up. It is now down to Kronboy. Will Kronboy be able to survive the onslaught coming through from the side here of the team of Unique? I mean, Kronboy got that nade ready. But a quick heal coming through just down below as they looking to pull off those reses. I'm liking this approach coming in from the side here of Unique. I mean, they've already been victorious before, right? They have picked up one or two chickens, and with that, they come in and close it out, picking up the confirmation on the players there from the Super Young Stars. But now they've got quite a favorable position in the zone, right? This western side, completely open. They have a controlling compound as well. And now they can just sit here and pick away at the rest of the teams looking to potentially rotate up in towards the zone. We still have the players there from Triple as well as Cryptics, Lusail, Umbra. We got the Masters. We got the players from 1 million also still having to find a decent spot to fight from as they now up in. But look at the Zero Tolerance just on the edge there. Having a quick bit of a look over on towards the players from 1 billion as they now move up. Van getting picked up by the blue buns. That's spray down now as Zero Tolerance are looking to defend their region. 1 million looking to make it quite difficult. Not going to let them slide off with that one just yet. But of course, the players here from Umbra moving up right behind them. Look at this beautiful trade-off back and forth. Eflex now, the last remaining hopeful for his team. They're looking to find a good position to pull up into. But they're not going to find that easily. And now Umbra find themselves with 8 eliminations to their name and a good spot to move up in from on this eastern side of the zone.
And Slimefork AT, as we said, having that northern side is going to be hearing all of this contention going down. And of course, zero tolerance now, unfortunately, dead to rights in the sights of Slimefork AT, as well as 1 million and Masters Esports. Slimefork AT now having a beautiful position to hold this final zone off. They won't really be having to worry about Cryptics and Team Unique just for the time being. But first, let's see what they can do with zero tolerance, 1 million and Masters Esports. Cryptics as well having a little bit of pain there as they try and make the rotation in. And Team Umbra are looking to dial it up as well, just swiveling left, right, and center. It is, of course, Morteza dealing the damage here and putting that final nail in the coffin here for Masters Esports, who are now out and for the count here. Cryptics, oh, look at the pain that is being dealt to Cryptics. 2 down, 2 left, but the bullets are flying, DK.
Yeah, I mean, Umbra, a team that can hold their own, right? We've seen Morteza bringing in some absolutely clutch plays rather in past events, and this is what we're looking to see, that continuation of coming through here. But of course, Cryptics, a team that we know, they can also hold their own. They've also been just absolutely phenomenal so far. But will they be able to push that up in towards this match? SW1D2 quickly moving up for that raise over on towards PRZ. Meanwhile, Lazy Boy and the rest of the team here from Cryptics still being a little bit cautious on the approach. Not going to be rushing forward just yet, but they do, however, pick up that trade-off right on towards Morteza. But we've got Vortex there from the side of Zero Tolerance, also looking to potentially be a thorn in the side of Umbra while they are being distracted by this push coming through from Cryptics. But strangely enough, no one currently occupying zone. Everyone just playing out on the edges here. And it is going to be a first come, first serve kind of play for the teams at the moment, as Umbra are trying to reach right across up in towards Cryptics, utilizing those utilities.
Bam, bam, bam is the name of the game here, and especially thanks to Cryptics, who are going to be finding PRZ. Now SW1D2 left out in the open, and Cryptics are happy to take Team Umbra out in 4th position. And of course, you're talking about first come, first serve. That is Team Unique now taking control of that northern side of the zone, and now Cryptics and Slimefork AT looking at each other, looking to duke it out, and they might be having a little bit of tunnel vision as Team Unique can just get on in with the third party. Here comes Storm out for the count thanks to Senke, and Aimer not looking too healthy either. Plaza now desperately trying to find an angle here to work with, but the cover is limited, and Slimefork AT down to 1 member.
Yeah, it's not looking all too great for the side. They are Slimefork AT, but fortunately Unique coming in as a little bit of a saving grace there for them. But either way, regardless of how this goes for Slimefork AT, they are still getting some much needed points now up onto the scoreboard. But Unique looking absolutely fantastic here as they roll up with their full squad, now looking to put a little bit of a fight up against the players from the side of Cryptics. Of course, Lazy Boy is going to be the last remaining hopeful. Slimefork AT getting left to their own vices for the time being, but we can see the rest of the players there from Unique really starting to pin them down, focusing their efforts on towards them. Slyke, of course, is going to be looking to see whether or not they can close up the final player for the side there of Cryptics. And if you leave Lazy Boy a little bit too long, oh, that can definitely ruin your day. But of course, with that, Cryptics do exactly that. They get taken out, and beautiful players Unique step up to the plate, claiming their very, very first winner chicken dinner right here in the Super Weekend. I mean, they did this in the league play, coming in with the final chicken on that first day, and now they step up to the plate once again, picking up the chicken dinner on the final match here today.
Absolutely, and just prioritizing that final zone really gave them the edge that they needed to get that winner chicken dinner, and it's exactly what we were waiting for. Team Unique, of course, picking up their first $500, and absolutely well deserved as a result. Slimefork AT and Cryptics, again, that little contention that they had going. We had designated drivers coming through from, Team Unique, driving all over the players and making sure that they were going to get it in the end. And it was a bit of an awkward one. I actually thought that Team Unique had made a mistake as they pushed on right in the middle between Slimefork AT and Cryptics, but they made it work. And again, that teamwork, that coordination is what pays off at the end. And I couldn't have asked for a better end to our second day of the Super Weekend.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful to see. I mean, glad to see that the chicken dinner that came in from the side there of Team Unique over in league play was not a fluke. They could replicate that once again. It took them a little bit of time, but they succeeded. They pulled it through, and they added that to the scoreboard. And that is what we love to see: teams being successful in their efforts. But it's also a trend that we've been seeing: teams who are able to maintain strong numbers, pulling up into those late phases, things usually turn out quite well for them. That's not always the case, but that's definitely something that we saw happening a little bit more regularly. So well done to the players there from Team Unique. A very, very well-deserved winner chicken dinner coming through there for them. And I got to say, I mean, that was beautiful whichever way you look at it. They picked up a relatively decent amount of eliminations as well. I do think they finished off on like 11 eliminations. So that, accompanied by those placement points, will do absolute wonders for them on the leaderboards.
Again, this is what we were talking about, not just climbing the leaderboards, but you can make a massive, massive leap. As long as you have that one good game, we've seen it happen with Zero Tolerance, we've seen it happen with Darkness today, and now Team Unique, the next team to step it up, they were predominantly on that second page. And I mean, after a performance like that, because it's so close, as we would expect in PMPL Africa, they can make massive, massive changes, which we love to see. And again, it's that whole cycle that we absolutely love to talk about.
Yeah, well, of course, Team Unique, absolutely fantastic. But let's hop into the replays of this last match, just to remind you of a few of those key highlights coming in from what we saw on the battlefield. Just amazing to see once again. And I looked back at what they did on that or the first day rather of league play, right? So the chicken that they got on Erangel was where they had 10 eliminations. This time around, they upped the stakes. They finished off with about 11 eliminations. So definitely fantastic stuff to see come through there for the players of Team Unique. But we also have to take a look and see what the point situation is, right? So we need to see what those match results look like, because we know at the end of the day, the teams are fighting their butts off to get themselves as high up that leaderboard as they possibly can. And so far, it has been absolutely exciting to see the teams go at it. We've had a few teams succeed beautifully, and we've had other teams facing a few more challenges along the way.
Yeah, look, that last game there for both Team Unique and Slime 4KT, as we said it, absolutely crucial points for both of them. You know, for Team Unique, obviously, they're going to make a bit of a bigger leap than what Slime 4KT might have done. But also, I mean, any points is good points right now. You're building that buffer for the next Super Weekend and the weekend they're over. You want to get as many as you obviously can, but at this point, we'll take what we can get. One more day left of Super Weekend, and of course, that does mean we're getting to that point where, you know, teams like Slime 4KT, like Unique, are running out of time to pick up as many points as they can, get to that first page at least, and hopefully, you know, we'll be seeing them into the next Super Weekend, but that is not a guarantee.
Yeah, but of course, speaking of guarantees, again, it is match ranking time, and as we see from Team Unique finishing off quite beautifully with 26 points on board. 11. Wow, thanks, DK. 11. There we go. Eliminations being brought in there. Cryptics, of course, coming in with a 9 eliminations, finishing off on those 19 points. But Team Umbra also breaking out the double digits, coming in with 10 eliminations. And then, as you said, Slime 4KT, yes, not the craziest amount of eliminations, but they are still able to bring in 14 points. And that is going to be absolutely essential for them. We need to see those points being raked on up. And I mean, that was just a great moment for Slime 4KT, right? 14 points on board. We gotta love it. But of course, also Zero Tolerance Skills picking up 13 along the way. And Triple Esports still looking to be quite aggressive, coming in with those 5 eliminations to their name, sitting on a grand total of 6 points at the back of this match. But now we got to take a look at that second page, Is.
And unfortunately, we do have a couple of bubbles there towards the bottom half. And again, Team Myth getting taken out so early on. Like we said, just putting a stop to their absolutely crazy performance that they've been showing so far, making sure that they're not going to get their 5th winner chicken dinner, at least not for today. We'll see what happens tomorrow, of course. But again, I'm just loving the performances that are being brought out from some of these teams. A little bit of a change of pace for some of them, and it's going to show on that overall rankings. It's really going to make a difference and just add to that pressure and that excitement that we would expect of PMPL Africa.
Yeah, I mean, it is only excitement. The jump from day 1 to day 2, it is beautiful. What's also quite beautiful is our overall rankings. Team Myth holding on to pole position there with their 4 chicken dinners and 152 points. Of course, Cryptics hard on their heels on 110, but look at that G3 temper, just 1 point away. But definitely the performance we saw coming in from Cryptics in this last match, really doing quite a favorable thing for them, at least with regards to the points, putting them up in towards that second position. Team Umbra also keeping it consistent, coming through, finishing on 92. Masters also, yes, they were positioned elsewhere just yesterday, but now they share the position here with Team Umbra. Both teams sitting in the top 5 without a chicken dinner to their name just yet. At least emphasis on just yet. Anything can change in tomorrow's matches. But of course, as we head on over onto that second page, so we can see Darkness, Triple Esports, Zero Tolerance, right up there, still in the 60 range. But of course, YONKOUS, they were a little bit further down early on today, but now look how much closer they are to the teams further up on the second page, right? Zero Tolerance right up above them. But yeah, Slime 4KT, yes, they're getting some points in there, but still, we would like to see a little bit more of a jump coming through from them.
Yeah, and with 1 million esports, right, they have been consistently picking up this point. We mentioned it earlier. Not crazy amount of points, but consistency right from when we started today. And because of that, they're just edging their way forward ahead of Slime 4KT, ahead of Next Level, of course, which is fantastic for them. And they're keeping it up for the time being. We'll see how much this is going to change, of course, coming back in tomorrow, because the pressure is now on for those teams finding themselves on that last page, right? They're going to go back to the VOD. They're going to sort of reset themselves for tomorrow and figure out how they're going to tackle the day of games, which I would hope would come through, and I'm expecting, honestly, would come through, because we've had so many new teams rising to the occasion today.
In a lot of teams rising to the challenge, and I do think definitely that today was quite an entertaining day and a very great day for a lot of teams. We saw a lot of changes coming through. I mean, Myths just pushing their potential further and further, coming in with those winner chicken dinners. But of course, we did see the side there of Cryptics also now just reminding the lobby that they are not a team to be forgotten. They just stepped up their performance once again and continuing to just inch their way up the leaderboard. But we saw that back-to-back chicken dinner come through from the side there of G3. Absolutely fire. I mean, that was beautiful. Whichever way you look at it, it was absolutely beautiful. But still, some great consistency also then coming through there from the side of Team Umbra, as well as Masters Esports. So, loving all the action happening on the screen and on the battlefield coming through from all our teams. And I do think tomorrow is going to be an absolutely crazy day, as the teams now have their final opportunity to secure their positions, at least for the first week of Super Weekend, right? Because whatever they can't get done this Super Weekend, they better work their butts off in the next league play to qualify for the next Super Weekend. And of course, we want to give a big shout out to our sponsors. First up, want to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, the official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues, and of course also to Oppo with their Reno 6 series. Upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the dedicated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now, I don't know about you, but I am sitting on the edge of my chair, super excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing in to tomorrow's matches. Already the leap coming in from day 1 to day 2 was insane. And I think it's going to be even greater so moving into our final day of play.
We can't expect anything less from these teams, right? There's a reason they find themselves here. They are some of the best coming through and proving that in PMPL Africa. And of course, that experience that they're going to get here, that just level of play that is going to keep rising as we go through these super weekends, as we go through the league plays. And of course, once we get to that finals, it's going to be a whole different ball game. So you bet tomorrow, very, very different that we're going to be coming through. It's a very different strategy that some of the teams might be applying. And of course, they're going to keep pushing the envelope until it explodes, and then they get a bigger one, and they keep getting a bigger one.
Yeah. Well, speaking about getting a bigger one, well, everything is just getting bigger and bigger as the teams try to push those scores on the leaderboard higher and higher. So be sure to join us tomorrow for even more PUBG action on our final day of the first Super Weekend. Big shout out to everyone that tuned in to watch these teams just go absolute beast mode right here on the screen. Of course, the teams, you guys are absolute legends. So we look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow, same time, same place, and hopefully even more crazy PUBG mobile action. Stay safe. See you later.